Mr. Arun Thuyamani, he is Director HR Transformation Apex Sodexo. Mr. Dr. Natwar Kadel, he is HR Head at Hyundai Motors India Limited. Dr. Shashi Kant, he is Dr. Shashi Kant and Mr. Pradipta Sahu. Mr. Pradipta Sahu is a law graduate and he is currently working as HR advisor for Bank of India. Over to you, Anirudh.
Thank you, sir. Ojaswini, please take over.
Thank you, sir, for your succinct overview of our event. We now request Professor Jabir Ali, Chairperson Placements, and Professor Baljit Singh, Co-Chairperson Placements, to present a brief introduction of IIM Jammu, MBA batch, and faculty.
Thank you very much, team, for having this event. It's a great honor to welcome our HR leaders of the industry. We have grown very fast in last 5 years. We just celebrated our 5 years of journey on 22nd of last month. And this happened, all the growth, if you look at, it happens because of our collaboration with industry. We have got overwhelming response from the industry. Even during COVID in last 2 years, we got huge response from all of you. And we are really thankful to you for your gesture and support. It is our privilege to welcome you all. Our director, right now, he's in Spain. We requested him to join if he can get time because early morning there. Maybe if he'll get the time, he'll join definitely for sure. But it is my privilege, and it is also I would like to take the opportunity to present about IIM Jammu briefly. I thought to have a presentation so that we can also have a snapshot about what we are doing in last doing at the moment and what we have done in last 5 years. So I'll just share a PowerPoint presentation, a brief presentation, so that we can go through that and have a kind of feel about IIM Jammu growth story. Hope this is visible. Please confirm. Right?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so our 5 years of journey. So very briefly, we have grown a lot. This is our vision to develop leaders and entrepreneurs who can perform globally to make a valuable difference in the society and corporate world. Our logo is very powerful, which talks about sharpening leadership of a flying eagle, because we are actually trying to train the talent who are very young at the moment. Being the youngest IIM, we also get the youngest team of a student to train, and with all your support, we are doing very good. Our motto is that the knowledge that liberates, and that is what we thought to put this logo. That's why we are trying to follow that so that we can achieve the goal which we have along with all our partners. We have grown very fast. We started our journey in 2016 by Ministry of Education established IIM Jammu. First batch was launched immediately, in the same year. And then we also added another campus in Srinagar in 2020. We launched our PhD program in 20 again. And this year we launched 2 programs, very interesting program, IPM, 5 years integrated program, and EMBA. So this is a brief about how we have moved in terms of academic, you can say, diversity. We try to add all the programs which are important for an academic institution to grow faster, and also learn from each and every program. So we have this blend of all the academic programs like MBA, PhD, IPM, and then executive education, and doing also training and consulting program. I'll give a brief of it over the time. We have grown very fast from 47, not 1947, just 47 to 247 in a very short time. 6 batches having 247, 5th batch is having 217. So this is a kind of journey. We have very diverse batch of a student belonging to, I think most of the states and UTs of the country. So you can see in the map the kind of distribution we have. The batch profile is very diverse in that way, in terms of gender, in terms of regional diversity, as well as also in terms of academic diversity. We have 48% engineers in our 5th batch, and rest of them are non-engineers. So we have a very diverse group. And the gender diversity is something which we always focus upon, because we give weightage to the girl, so that we can have, achievement of 50-50%, gender diversity. We hope that we are going to achieve that very soon with the kind of focus we have in our admission policy. Our sixth batch of students, again, having a very diverse group, 57% engineer, and then gender diversity, 21% girls, regional diversity representing most of the states and UTs of the country. Faculty is another very important resource, and you will be amazed to know that, being the youngest, but the kind of lot we have in terms of faculty pool, we have 30 faculty, and then we have also some international faculty. Right now we are having 36. We are pushing hard to have 50 faculty members by end of this year, because they are the key resources who can definitely make an institution. We also focus a lot on industry guest sessions, and on continuous basis. This industry interaction cell organizes continuously so many programs, so many events. We also encourage faculty from industry to come as adjunct faculty, join us and deliver a course event. So we'll be encouraging you, all of you, to please try to find some time to deliver a course or half a course or even a kind of seminar to our student, and we can discuss that, how to all the modalities, how to engage with you in terms of doing something for the academic development or curriculum development in our MBA program. We have grown very fast. That what is the journey, 16, 17, we were actually totally dependent on Mentor Institute. That is, I am Lucknow, my parent institute. I was in Lucknow for 12 years before joining here. And then now we have gone to 35 faculty members, 30 our faculty and 5 adjunct professors from international institutions. In terms of the campus, we have a very beautiful campus, though this is, a campus given by the government old university campus, but we have beautifully developed that. If you look at the first picture, that was the initial, and over the time we have developed this campus beautifully, so that we can provide a comfortable stay to our student and good academic learning environment for all of us. So you're most welcome to visit our campus. Most of the time we were doing this kind of conclave physically, but since last 2 years we are constrained. We are not able to invite all of you and meet you personally, but we are very optimistic that very soon we are going to meet you here. We are going to have maybe a kind of dinner or lunch together in Jammu, which is one of the beautiful city, and very, very you can say the city of temples, and we hope that we are going to have you very soon. Even in Jammu, we have also, because of limited space, we have gone for another campus. We have just taken another campus so that we can accommodate, because our growth is very high, and we thought to have some more space here in Jammu itself. So we came with another campus in Jalochak, and it's a beautifully developed campus. Apart from that, we do have a presence in Srinagar. We have beautiful campus in Srinagar as well, with all art, state of art facility. We have accommodation for 50 guests at a time. We are focusing much on executive education in Srinagar, along with the incubation center and entrepreneurship development center. Our campus, permanent campus, going to be in Jagti, which is just adjacent to IIT Jammu. So we are getting another hill, and we are developing our campus just adjacent to IIT Jammu on Katra Road. And I think this particular campus will be in between Katra and Jammu, and beautiful location. So we are going to have this campus maybe by next year, and we are planning to launch our new batch, that is 7th batch from Jagti campus. So that is our target at the moment, and we are very hopeful that we'll be getting that. At least the academic block is hostels and the mess facility, so that we can move immediately and we start our campus in Jagti. I'll request the organizers to show you walkthrough of new campus. A beautiful campus, with all modern facilities, and hope it is going to be one of the best campus in academic across of academic campus across the country, or even some part of the world itself. This is the kind of focus we have from Srinagar. So we are focusing much on entrepreneurship and innovation along with executive education. We are doing number of programs from there so that we can add some value to the say development of Jammu and Kashmir, and we'll invite you to come forward, join hand with us for developing this entrepreneurship ecosystem of Jammu and Kashmir, and handhold some of the incubators to train them for having a mindset of business and so on. Another very interesting center which we have started, that is Anandam, the Center for Happiness. It's a very unique center which we have thought of, and it was inaugurated by our Honorable Education Minister. This is something where we are focusing a lot. Even we have started a non-credit course for all the students, irrespective of any program on happiness, because this is what we thought that's very important, and it's very, very interesting. In terms of international collaboration, definitely as a business school, we need to be global in nature. We have added our collaboration very fast. We are having about 14 international partners over the time we have added it. And we have also started our exchange last year, though we are very new, 5-year, only 5-year-old institution, but we started our exchange program from last year onward. This year we got very good response from a number of other partners, and we are very hopeful that we are going to have incoming students also, as COVID will definitely be now a story. We do have national collaboration as well, and very interesting collaboration which we have just done, tripartite agreement with the IIT and AIMS, and we are thinking to have a kind of collaborative program. Right now we have discussed with IIT to have BTech plus MBA, like IPM we have BBA plus MBA, but BTech plus MBA. We are also thinking to have some hospital management program or healthcare management program with AIMS, and also having a program where all three institutions will work together. So it's a very unique combination, and I think Jammu is the only city where in India where we have all these three institutions together. So we thought to capitalize this opportunity and gone for this kind of collaboration with a lot apart from other collaboration with other institutions. Research is one very, very critical area for us. It's a core, and we have very good recognition for publications. We don't take publication which is less than B category, and so that we can put our bar high in terms of research. Our faculty is doing wonderful job in publishing in world-class journals and all leading journals of the world. Consulting and training is also one of the important area. We do offer a variety of programs to our executives, and we'll be very happy to organize programs for your organizations as well. We do a lot of consulting. This is one of very interesting MGNF program is very interesting, where 9 IIMs are working together, and IIM Jammu is also part of this, which is being sponsored by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Very unique program on public policy and management. We are definitely heading towards now, because we have become 5 years old. So now talking about accreditation and ranking, we have already become member of AACSB. We have also become member of BGA, which is part of AMBA, and also participated in NIF ranking. We are going to get some ranking this year, because after we have become eligible last year only for NIRF, and we are hopeful that we are going to get good ranking over the years. We do a lot of events and programs to have continuous interaction with the industry, like Leadership Summit and then HR Conclave and many other events which we always organize. Students also do a lot of programs and organize so many programs over the time. So student life is very vibrant. I think most of the programs which you do in campus is driven by the student only, and they participate on so many varieties of programs and organizes those programs. And also the festivals at IIM Jammu, that is something which is very unique. All the celebration of all the festivals by the student and by the faculty, by the family of IIM Jammu together. So thank you very much for your patience, and look forward to have you in campus and meet you personally. Thank you very much, everyone.
Your words were most enlightening, sir. Thank you so much for kickstarting our HR Conclave 4.0 on such a high and positive note. We are very grateful to everyone for joining us on this momentous occasion. We would now request everyone to join us for the first panel discussion of the day.
The topic for the first session is Understanding Generation Z in the Workplace. Currently, the youngest generation in the workplace is the Gen Z. This group of individuals has been brought up in a fast-paced world and are often required to adapt to changes at the drop of a hat. This topic aims to... Yes, sir.
And we will have the campus video once. Then we'll
sure,
start
sir,
the panel discussion. Sunil, can you play the campus video once?
beautiful campus in the serene and scenic valley of Jammu. Truly an IIM in paradise. After feasting our eyes with such an aesthetic sight, we are now set for the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the same is understanding Generation Z in the workplace. Currently, the youngest generation in the workplace is Gen Z. This group of individuals has been brought up in a fast-paced world and are often required to adapt to changes at the drop of a hat. This topic aims to address the changes that occur in the workplace when new blood enters and how synergies are maintained across the hierarchy. Every great discussion needs equally great colloquiators, and we are ecstatic to host an accomplished panel of 8 intellectual HR experts to drive this discussion. It is our great honor to introduce them.
Our session chair and keynote speaker for the first panel is Mr. Hitesh Khurana, Head Talent Acquisition and Talent Management, Casio. Mr. Khurana is an HR enthusiast who has worked with leading FMCG, automobile, and executive search firms. He has got a keen interest in transforming organizations through digital interventions and capability enhancements. Prior to Casio, he was associated with Maruti Suzuki as its lead sales HR and business partner for almost 4 years. He is also a marathoner, guitarist, and an avid reader.
Mr. Sudhir Dhar, Executive Director, Group CHRO at Motilal Oswal Financial Services Limited. Mr. Dhar is a seasoned HR professional with more than 20 years of experience in human resource function, skilled in strategic human resource management, developing individual talent, and building teams through coaching, mentoring, and individual development. He enjoys working on OD interventions to ensure that the organization can withstand future challenges. He is a facilitator and PCC certified coach with 5,000 plus coaching hours experience under his belt.
Mr. Venkatesh Neelam, Manager HR, Volvo Group. Mr. Neelam is a creative talent acquisition professional with more than a decade of experience in managing the full spectrum of talent branding and talent programs. He is passionate about learning new skills and guides job search decision making based on the rapidly changing employment landscape. He is vested in transforming hiring and talent using AI, chatbot, and robotic process automation.
Mr. Rohit Sharma, Head HR Services at Bayer. Mr. Sharma is the transformation leader with a diverse industry experience ranging from IT, services, and the manufacturing industry. He has significant global exposure to all functions within human resources and organizational effectiveness. He believes in the power of the purpose and is committed to helping every individual realize his or her potential. His core competencies include strategic HR, organizational transformation, and employee engagement.
Ms. Vipra Babbar, Head HR and Recruitment, Miro. Ms. Babbar is an HR professional with 8 years of experience in the field of talent management and talent acquisition across the retail, healthcare, and internet sectors, having exposure to the APAC region. She is a key planner, strategist, and implementer with proven abilities in accomplishing business objectives. She has demonstrated change leadership, stakeholder management, and influence skills across ambiguous and dynamic environments.
Mr. Anurag Sahai, HR Head at Nestle. Mr. Sahai has an experience spanning 15 years in the domain of human resources. He has worked with various multinational companies like Mahindra & Mahindra, Tata Steel Limited, Cadbury India Limited, and now with Nestle India Limited. He possesses expertise in strategic HR, employee relations, talent management, leadership development, and fostering cultural change. He is currently serving as the head HR of Nestle.
Mr. Vishal Thakur, Deputy Vice President, Human Resources, Tata Capital. Mr. Thakur is an HR journalist and organization development specialist with 16 years of experience in strategic HR and business roles with expertise in business excellence and strategic planning. Currently, he is heading talent management, performance management, employee engagement, recognition, and fields for management for Tata Capital Financial Service Limited. Apart from this, he is a poet and a fitness enthusiast.
Mr. Amit Verma, Vice President, HR, NVIDIA. Mr. Verma is the Vice President, Human Resources, India and Southeast Asia at NVIDIA. He is the founding member of the NVIDIA team in India, which is its largest R&D research center outside of the US with over 3,000 engineers. He has over 20 years of diverse experience in the field of human resources management and business operations in the high-tech industry and has led the HR department at Intel and Tata Elxsi in prior stints. We're also really happy to introduce that our our director, Professor B.S. Sahai is among us. And we request him to say some words and inaugurate the event so that we can begin with the panel discussion. So do we have you? It seems like a
have you joined? Have you seen him join? Because he is joining. It's early morning in Spain, so he said that I'll be joining in a while. So just see if he has joined. Otherwise, we can continue. And whenever he joins, then maybe he can speak.
All right, great, sir. It seems like I was informed, but he hasn't yet joined. So we will take a speech in a short while. In the meantime, I think we can kickstart.
Because he just send me message that I will be joining. Just early morning, and he just wake up and he'll be joining. Right?
Great, sir. Great, sir. So thank you everyone for your patience, and we hope that the speakers are all set for the discussion today. And we will be moving forward with panel 1 discussion. Thank you everyone, and we request you to stay seated.
Thank you everyone. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Just Anirudh, please confirm if I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. Definitely, sir.
Thanks, Anirudh. Thanks, Lakshmi, Mr. Ali, for such a lovely presentation, Mr. Rajni, and for such a great video. That's the best part of being an HR professional. We get a chance to meet campus students, professors, and the deans over there. This is something which we are missing, something in physical form since the Corona days. And as Mr. Ali has already mentioned, we are looking forward to see the campus in person pretty soon, once this pandemic gets over, or at least slowed down a bit. I'll share a quick story. When I saw the panel, it was told to me that you have to put the I am Jammu background in the Zoom call. So the topic itself says a Gen Z understanding. So frankly speaking, I was not aware, how to put that background. So I had to YouTube it. I understood how to put that background. So though I'm from millennial generation, not that old, but still it was a bit of a challenge. I thought that if you're interacting with Gen Z, so it has to be on the same page. I just try to be on the same page. So yes, I guess Anirudh has already mentioned in detail what this generation is all about. Is a persistent, rebellious, headstrong, and trust being my experience in HR in the corporate so far. This generation, yes, they have got both pros and cons, and this is giving tough times, not just at the personal space, but also at the workplace. But yes, we as an organization looking forward to work with such organization. We're going to discuss more on the positive aspects. So what we as an individual professional can learn from this tech-savvy early adopter generation. We'll have few more experiences from the leadership we've already mentioned, who have got a professional experience over 20 years and more than that. So we'll hear it out from them. To begin the discussion, I would like to rope in Mr. Dhar Sudhir first. Sir, considering you being this panel, I would like to hear it from you. How is your experience has been dealing with this generation so far at your workplace? I mean, any anecdote story you want to share? Because considering our vast 2 decades of experience, I'm sure there must be a few instances which you would like to share with all of us.
Thanks, Desh. I heard that first the word they are rebellious. They are not. Let me put it like this. See, the generation they have gone, the economy they have been grown is different what actually I have been grown. As you talking that putting the back screen on this thing, that was a challenge for you, but for them it's a click of the thumb, and they are so fast doing it. Means they had all the opportunities to take the advantage of it. I'll tell you a story. I was talking to my daughter. She also being in the same generation, and I was just giving a normal gyan to her, saying that, do you know, once I was studying, I used to walk 5 kilometers morning and 5 kilometers evening to go tuitions and those things. And after a while, she listens to me and she tells me, oh, Papa, you had no choice that time. I have choice now. Let me use the choices. And there it goes. This generation has choices. And let them use those choices. Now, it's basically a perception. Means we can say that, okay, they move the career fast. They ask us a tough questions. Whenever people ask us the tough questions, we feel they're rebellions. Maybe not. They have a curiosity. That's the reason they ask the right questions, which was not good at our time, because we never used to ask the questions to seniors and elders, because that was a value and the beliefs we were talking. And the boss is right and the elders are right. Means you should only touch the feet of the elder, not the younger ones. I think that was the scripts we had, and we worked on that. I feel they're wonderful people to be worked with, and my personal experience is it's really a reverse mentoring, and people who have experience like me as both 20, I really enjoyed to work with this generation. Over to you, Stacey. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Anirudh, I want to interrupt. Sir just texted that he has just lost the connection. He will be joining back soon.
I joined through a cell phone. You know? That's the challenge I face as a millennial, consistent technology struggle. So yes, sir, I heard yes in the brief in the initial piece that you were discussing with something with your daughter. Just prospect. I would like to hear some story from.
I think sir's network is a bit bad.
He's still facing some network issue.
Yes, sir. I think Hitesh sir is trying to reconnect. His feed is stuck. We could take sir's words in a while. Would anyone else like to pitch in the meantime?
Okay, let me just kind of break the silence a little bit until Hitesh kind of comes back. And I guess I represent the generation that's of and you. So normally don't come for, and that's back to my roots. I try to find to part of this initiative. What I'm going to share with you is largely based on my experience in the tech industry, right? And most of my work has been in the tech industry. If I were to kind of look at as to how this generation is different, and I still think that we don't have the distinct characteristics of this generation compared to the millennials. I think it's still an extension of the millennials, and I think it'll take some time for us to really understand as to what this generation is all about. But the fact is that in the tech industry, they're probably now around 20% of the workforce, and this number is increasingly good. Yes, they're digital savvy, but if I were to kind of look at what our experience has been in terms of managing this generation, is that while they're high-tech minds, that doesn't necessarily take away their need for human interaction. It's often a myth that this generation is just kind of stuck to their screens and can do without human interactions. The digital generation yields for interaction at work. We just did a survey of our employees. Our offices are closed for the last 2 years or so, and our youngest employees are the ones who are the keenest to come back to work because they just miss the social interaction at work. A lot of us, especially who are in the older generation, are pretty comfortable working from home. We've got used to kind of balancing this, the competing demands that we face both at work and from a personal side. But it's this generation that is kind of missing the bonhomie, the camaraderie of the peer group the most, and they align passion with mission. So a why is more important than what and how. In our generation, we were told to do things and we went ahead and did it to the best of our ability. This generation is infinitely curious. They do want to know as to what is the purpose, what is it that they're contributing to, and they do want to. They are socially a lot more aware in terms of what's happening in the society, and they do have an expectation that organizations would have a social conscience and would have a position in terms of what's happening in the society around us. Diversity, inclusion, equity, equality are things that are extremely deep and personal to them, and they do expect organizations to have a position to them. I'll give you an example. I mean, if you're aware, early last year, there was the entire Black Lives Matter movement that started in the US, where a black gentleman was killed by a policeman. In my experience of 15 years with the company, never have we kind of experienced employees coming back and asking us to kind of make a very, very public position and public statement in terms of what our response to that entire situation was. So there is increased employee activism, there is an increased employee expectation at the workplace that the organization is going to go beyond what their business objectives are. Role models are around them, and they are not necessarily people who belong to the previous generation. So if you look at the millennials, so as to speak, they would look at Bill Gates, they would look at Steve Jobs as a role model. Today's generation, the role model is the person who passed out last year and built a unicorn, right? So therefore, the peer-to-peer interaction, the peer-to-peer mentoring, and what it is doing to the skill sets and competencies that the managers need to develop is undergoing a radical shift. The work identity is now a subset of their social identity or their overall personal identity. So companies have to be careful in terms of how they kind of communicate their brand, because it becomes a subset of their personal brand. Never on LinkedIn have I seen in the last 28 does want to kind of talk about what happens at work to the public as well. Lastly, I also think that careers for this generation don't have a path. They are all kind of looking at experiences. They're looking at a career ladders, as against saying in our generation saying, oh, I joined as a management training, then I become an assistant manager, then I become a manager, then I become a general manager, and I spend my life doing the entire thing. This generation is a lot more broad in terms of the experiences that they see, and they choose in terms of how deep that they want to kind of get into, and that kind of creates an imperative for organizations to start looking at in terms of how to offer mobility within the organization. I'll end up with a little nugget. I was talking to a young engineer some time back, and I was asking him, what kind of company would you want to work for? And it's probably a question that I would want to ask you folks at some point in time as well. And his answer was that ideally, I would want to kind of work with a company which is roughly around 30 to 40 people, really, really smart people who are trying to solve a very, very complex problem that has a deep impact. I need to work with a founder who's inspirational, and hopefully I also have a key to the office where I can go and open things. Right. So it's about the kind of peer that I work with, the desire to make an impact, which is much larger than just doing your job well, right? And having a lot more control and autonomy. And I think the challenges for large organizations, like most of us who are a part of large organizations, is as to how do we kind of replicate the so-called quote-unquote startup-ish environment in our organizations. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we are kind of working with in terms of how do we kind of reimagine work in such a way that it stays compelling to this generation that wants more empowerment, that wants more autonomy, that wants more control, that wants
still the mixing of passion, mission. The generation is pretty curious. They want to work in a small setup with creating a deeper impact. Just building onto this, I would like to maybe get on board Mr. Rohit Sharma, who is the head HR service with Bayer. So,
hiring from Bayer. So they have got 30, 35 years of service with a common company. And you will, in the regular conversations, you will always find that this is our way of doing things, etc., which is very different to the generation that we are having now. Of course, for the past, we are having a lot of focus on the millennials and trying to understand as to how to work with them, etc. But now with this new generation coming in, and I think one thing we are missing is it is quite different from millennials in a lot of ways. So millennials, we were saying that it is a generation which was brought up by baby boomers, where the economy was flourishing. They can be whatever they want to be. They are a generation of privileges, which is not the case with the latest generation Z that we are talking about. They have seen their parents struggle with the economy. They grew up post 9/11. They have been surrounded by instability and unrest. So I think they are much more adaptable. They are in a survival mode. So that is one thing that really struck me as to how this is different, and this is something that organization needs to make sure, because most of these generations, their managers will be from millennials, and there is a huge chance of clash until and unless there is some kind of awareness, there is some kind of programs which develops empathy on both the sides. Other thing is that for this generation, collaboration doesn't come natural. They are more competitive, say, for compared to generation X or millennials. It is not that they don't want to work in teams, etc. It doesn't come naturally to them. So if somebody asks them if the task is to get something done properly on time, I think their first response is that it should be done by themselves. The delegation, etc. thing may not come naturally to them. So again, when we are looking at communication, again, when we are looking at, we need to make sure that we make them comfortable working in teams. We make them understand the value of collaboration. We make them understand as to how things work. Communication is another aspect. So obviously, when we talk of this generation or millennials and this generation, what comes to our mind is cell phones, tablets, etc., etc. But I was reading a research which was done, it was predominantly US, but 85% of Generation Z replied that they will like to have face-to-face interaction. So today we live in a phygital world, right? Physical and digital. So they understand as to what physical means and what digital means, and where to emphasize each one of them. Another thing is in terms of when we are hiring them. So what we will also find is that there has been hyper customization, and what we will also find is that there are candidates who might come from various backgrounds but applying for a same job. So just by looking at their profile, we may not be able to distinguish whether this is the right fit or that is the right fit. So maybe we need to get into more details, know a person behind the facade, and look at as to what's the value that they will be able to bring to the table. And most importantly, what we need to gear up, and this is the time that we need to start training our millennials and make sure that they understand that this generation is not defined. It is just that collaboration and working teams doesn't come naturally to them, and start preparing for it, which I feel is there is some work that can be done in this area, because every organization, every type of industry is not geared for it.
Right, sir. So you touched really interesting point again. This is a specific hyper customization. communication is the key, where they need to communicate face to face. Though it seems that they are more just in the digital world, but yes, it's a digital world where they want to have more face to face interaction. Just building on to this, let me rope in the lady in the house, Miss Vipra Babbar. Ma'am, very good morning.
Hi, Hitesh. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So, ma'am, would like to hear it from firstly, we need to know more about your organization. I was reading about it, seems pretty exciting, and I presume, I could be right or wrong, I don't know, that there could be a good chunk of Gen Z in your organization. So, maybe just a
Yes.
brief on your setup and how's your experience has been so far.
Okay. So Miro is not an Indian startup, it's a French startup. So we are based out of Paris and we started operations in India in 2019. And our business revolves around photography. So we have an AI tool which can edit a picture in 40 seconds. So we are into the end-to-end delivery of the photography world. Talking as you said, yes, my entire workforce is Gen Z. So right from, you can say, even the team leaders to managers are Gen Z. Handling them, yes, it's a very
Wow.
tough job. Uh, as you know, Mr. Dhar said, they will give you challenges at every stake at what you do. Okay, so what to work with them, I would not say they are. They will, they can fight, but they have a logic behind it because they don't want to continue with the same kind of policies that we have created so far in our, generations. I'm from Gen Y, doesn't mean I have to give sim. I think Gen Z wants to know one thing: is my career path, where I'm growing. We cannot say, some established companies have the policies, you be in the company for 1.5 years and then you have a promotion. No, they will not wait for it. You're going to lose the basic chunk of your talent if you have that same kind of mindset, going on. What they need is the career part. What they need is the career mapping. They need exactly what they're going to learn in the, if they invest themselves into the company. So for them, they're asking me what you invest into me, and then I invest myself into the work. So understanding this kind of workforce is really difficult. You have challenges every day because, as the key panelists have said, that they are the people who are not, meetings, virtual setups have really disturbed them in a way because they're not in a way to have the integration, collaborations with the other teams. And one team I can understand, but my whole workforce is Gen Z. So it's a challenge each and every day. But yes, what they ask you for is the career growth. You cannot just step back and say, not right now, you're just enter the company. No, you need to ready with the plan before even they come to you. So it's a major chunk. And I think major
Right.
thing that we have formed as a company, as a startup, is we want to promote our internal talent than going external. I have invested so much into my organization when they started, train them, develop them. Why not they may be the team leaders, and that set an example for the other team members. So as a startup, growing startup with Gen Z, it's a challenge every day, and with a very diverse workforce, working with Paris and with our headquarters and other offices, Singapore and Japan. It's a diverse kind of workforce that I handle. So it's really great to handle, and I really love to work with Gen Z right now because they give you challenge at every moment. Let's play it out.
Right, right. That's really interesting to hear. The entire Gen Z, even the team leads are Gen Z. So that's a very
Yes.
crazy organization, I'm sure.
I'm sure. I think people who love about to work in a very young environment, and then one
Right.
thing, only the heads which are handling like the management, they are only from Gen Y. Other are all Gen Z. And even our co-founder is Gen Y.
Mhm.
So there is nothing like, we all are from Gen Y, Gen Z. But yeah, it's interesting to work Gen Z always. They challenge you, and I think that's the most interesting part.
Sounds really, really interesting. So let's move on to from the startup entire atmosphere to factory setup. So Mr. Anurag Sahai is there, who is the head HR for Nestle Goa factory. Sir, welcome. Very good morning. Just need your input. So how daunting or challenging it has been, especially in a factory setup. You have been, I'm sure, must be dealing with few blue collars over there. So how the experience has been so far?
Thanks, Hitesh, and thanks to Team IAM actually to get me onto this panel discussion. And when I got to know about the subject of the panel discussion, it was really, really interesting and a rather tricky one, I would say, because here we as panelists are going to talk about the attendees actually. The Team IAM, you are Generation Z, so it's
Absolutely.
just like me telling you, hey, I know you better than you know your own self. So it was definitely a tricky one onto that side. But I think the other esteemed panelists, what they have shared, I cannot agree any more onto what they have put across in terms of the reviews. Especially, I like the part that just now Vipra mentioned about the Generation Z really challenging the status quo. And the Goa unit where I am, this is a fairly big setup, and it has a lot of executives and senior management people as well in the factory. While the Generation Z is kind of representing, what to say, at workplace would be the last 4-5 years, the new hires of last 4-5 years, I must say, who have just now stepped into the industry. So not only the blue collar or the shop floor colleagues at the operational area, but also in terms of quite a senior people in the executive levels as well. Yes, they definitely challenge the status quo every now and then, and I think it's really important, generation by generation, whether you call it X, Y, Z, or even the Alpha one, which is going to be there soon. It's all about it's an ever evolving thing. It's about the industry. How do we adjust and prepare ourselves to embrace the change? The generation is just the face of the change. So I would just share a couple of examples that we had very recently, I must say. And this one that I'm going to share now actually came in from an ITI guy who just did his ITI. No further studies at all. We, as a company direction, have been working on sustainable packaging solutions globally. And a part of it also flows into my unit in terms of the packaging of the products, the raw materials, everything. How do we move to sustainable solutions? And this ITI guy one day comes to me and a group of HODs who were here, and he says, yeah, fine. So there is a roadmap, I understand, as part of the overall, and because we have been doing a lot of communication in terms of how we are moving across in this strategy. So this guy comes up and says, yes, we know there are solutions that you are working across, but then even the bottle, the mineral water that you guys use at your desks is also this is not a recyclable one, is it? He asked, and we said, no, it is not. So why don't you start with the easy, quick fix or the low-hanging fruits? That was the day.
Right.
We quickly worked around in terms of, yes, there are a lot of things that we can do away with right away as a part of this overall sustainable packaging, or not only packaging, sustainable solutions around. So this is something that has come up from this Generation Z. There is yet another interesting example, and it all brings to a fact, a typical characteristic of this generation is also that they are very much purpose driven. And purpose here not only means in terms of the job that I am doing as a Generation Z person, but it's also about the company that I'm associated with. Do I really relate with the purpose of this overall organization? And am I really able to connect the chords? So there is another young lady who is actually working as a contract worker, and is drawing a fairly good salary in terms of the monetary part. But one day this lady comes up to her line manager and says, enough of this job that I'm doing as a contract worker. I'm a graduate, and it's almost 1 year that I'm doing this job. I want to work as an apprentice into this department, admin department. This could be HR or to FNC, finance. And as an apprentice, this lady would actually lose out almost 50% of the monetary part that she's drawing today. But then she was absolutely okay with it. She said that it's not about the money that I'm going to get as a part of my overall job responsibilities. It's about, I don't see myself working onto this role for a long time, because this is what I'd always thought about my career in terms of the vision ahead. And my career is not in terms of doing the job that I'm doing currently. So I'm absolutely okay with a truncated salary for the next 12 months. Fine, I'm absolutely okay. But then it eventually gets me onto the mainstream.
It's
so these are
interesting.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes, it's really interesting. Irrespective of the background qualification, be it an ITI or a contractual manpower, if it's a Gen Z, they're going to challenge you, irrespective of their personal or the professional or the educational background. Great. So next, I have someone from the very legacy background, Tata. So yes, Tata Capital is just a recent phenomena, but yes, Mr. Vishal Thakur is there, sir. Very good morning.
Hey, good morning.
So I would like to hear it from your side that yes, we have been hearing stories, experiences of different panelists from their background. So being a Tata background, it's old, century-old brand name, I can say. But yes, the Tata Capital is something, it's a new phenomenon. How you are managing this relation in your setup, managing their expectations?
So thanks, Hitesh. Actually, we started facing this challenge around 5-6 years ago. And Tata being a legacy organization, yes, we have people of all generations in this company. And yes, and when Gen Z started joining the company, and and we started facing disruption on the floor. So luckily I got an opportunity to do a study over that, and I think in 2015 I published that work. So I'll try to cite those interactions. So the symptoms which we faced of the problem was that these people are disrespectful, indisciplined, disobedience, and a lot of similar words. And yes, they were appearing to be that. So what we did, then we probed further. We tried to pinpoint incidences, situations, why and how they were noticed as disrespectful or indisciplined or disobedient. So everything pinned down to one thing, and that one thing was that these people question a lot. They question a lot. They question anything. So if you tell them that you have to come on time, they will even question that. Why can't I come half an hour late and leave half an hour late? Those kind of things. When you tell them something which is on their job description that this is to be done, they'll question even that. When you tell them we are going to do something which is a tradition in the company, which has been done by generations of the company and never questioned, they even come and question that. They keep on questioning, and the questioning was the discomfort. So when we probed further the questioning, what we realized that there are three factors which drive this questioning to this generation. There is a hunch, there is a need of equality in them. They do not see yourself as senior or junior or somebody like boss or employee kind of thing. They don't want things on need to know basis. They would like to be as aware about everything as you are. You can't tell them that you will get to know this thing when you will rise up to certain grades or positions and all that. They need to know everything. They have a sense of fairness. They have their own scale of fairness. Whether that is accurate or not, that's a separate thing. But if they are feeling there is an element of unfairness in anything you are talking about, in any aspects they are doing, in any activity they are doing, they do question. And third is there is a desire to lead. And when they say desire to lead, does not mean that I'll work in this company for 20 years and then I'll replace the super leader in this company. They just want to lead, like they would jump to lead even wherever they are right now. So things and the problems and the symptoms and the reasons were identified, but solution, I mean, what we can give as a solution, how we can tell the Gen Y and baby boomers and even people older than baby boomers in the company that, how we can ask them to feel equal with this Gen Z, or, allow them to feel fair as they want and allow them to lead also. So I think we came to a very simple solution. I suggested a very simple solution, and I mean, it sounds simple, but it's one point solution, and one can do that if he really wants to make an effort. Because maybe we never had a Gen Z before that at workplace, and Gen Z is new at workplace, but Gen Z is not new at home. We already have Gen Z at home. We are living with them, we are growing with them, and we are dealing with them every moment. So treat them like your children. I mean, don't behave like a parent and children in office, but do the things or do the tricks you do with your children. The way you respect their demand of equality, the way you respect their demand of information. My daughter, who is 9-year-old, sometimes asks about my salary and my bank balance. And one of these days she asked me how much is my school fee, and I was standard these kind of need for information. So if somebody at work asks these kind of questions to you, don't feel vindicated, don't feel disrespected on these kind of questions. I didn't feel disrespected when my daughter asked about my salary or about my income or about my capacity to buy a certain kind of car or not. The way our child demand fairness at home, equality at home. They sometimes demand equality between parents. If they see some sort of inequality, feel at home or as comfortable with Gen Z if they raise those kind of questions at work. And sometimes as we allow our children to lead us, we feel comfortable, sometimes rather proud if they start leading things, if they start taking decision on our behalf. we should also gracefully, allow Gen Z to take certain decisions and help them in taking those decisions and feel proud if they are leading the team where we are just a member and not the leader or mentor or some sort of guide. So that was the more or less of my study and
Interesting.
finding.
Yes, it's really nice.
And
Great,
these
great.
things worked if wherever people could actually implement
True.
them. So that was from my side.
It was an excellent research that you mentioned, finding out some symptom, then the problem statement, then there's a one-point solution. Just treat them like your children, sweet and simple. That's great. So, yes, just I have my last panelist here for the first round completion, Mr. Venkatesh Neelam. Sir, very good morning. So you have been there with Volvo as a manager recruitment. So I now from this discussion onwards, I'll discuss have more inputs on specialized HR areas, so where they are facing challenges. So you being handling the recruitment space, so what's the challenge you are facing, especially if you're acquiring talent? So we'll discuss more on the retaining talent, also retaining this Gen Z, for how long is the feasible solution. But in acquiring talent, what are the key pointers you want to share that Gen Z expectations are, and what we are doing in an organization for the same?
Okay, thanks, Hitesh, and I'm so happy and glad to be here. I think I'm the youngest panel among all the panelists, and I'm close to Gen Z, but Gen Y guys. But actually, I see experience-wise and understand these Gen Z people recently. They always talk about two things: why part is very clear or not, and then they talk about how part. So they're not clear about why part. They're not come to how part. How does it matter? Doesn't matter. And when they come to see at work, they always see the problem statement. Okay, you give a certain kind of guidelines, process, and all those things. Wow, good to see. But what is the problem statement? Why we are doing this for 2 hours or 10 hours to just this job? So they always think about, I see that how do you can I minimize time, efforts, and cost. So if these three aspects are going to do something differently, I think I'm adding value there. Otherwise, they always think so differently. I can give some examples that. Every day at Volvo, we get around 3,000 applicants in my career site. So we are a team of 15 people, very difficult to screen each and every person. So they think that, what is that we can do differently to bring every person to be a response to them in time. So we bring RPA model, different things, but that's all how the person think differently. And again, one Gen Z guy said, your application is too far. I have to spend for 3 minutes to fill the application. So why should I do that? So they think all the different way to because we all about building our own brands and all the companies together, and we talk about a lot of things, automation, the process, and we are moving towards to the kind of future aspect to see the product is going to be autonomous vehicles and all those things. So they think that your activity also should start as kind of that way. Then only we are able to reach that product and level done. So every activity what we do today, if we're taking some kind of amount of time, tomorrow they say that the same activity next quarter should come down to less than that time. So otherwise the cost has to be minimized. So they always think of such an ideas to come to us. And I'm very, very delightful because I'm training this Gen Z almost to last 6-7 years. They are my mentors and there are some mentees also because they always ask right questions. And the why part, when they probe a lot, we always have a negative or different thought process wise. But that is actually right questions to ask. Otherwise, we always think in a different way to perform. So especially my experience side, I learned a lot, and I realized finally that this generation think always that how do we minimize the time, efforts, and cost to go for the next stage of our life. So that's real experience too and learn for us, and that's where every stage of recruitment what we do here, starting from application gathering till the person on board. So they completely change the process wise because we are trying to do something because it's still more structured culture organization. We used to do the activities almost together, almost 4 to 5 hours they spend on onboarding side and all those things. Now I'm able to make it in 1.5 hour time. It's all about their description and the challenges what they asked, the questions are part. So it's really helping us, and I'm so glad that the team is thinking differently, and that is required for the nation for now.
Right. So there's a really good part that you touched the why and how, and they look for the value for money stuff. So yes, we have brought in a lot of points, understanding from the legacy Tata organization, from Nestle factory setup, some startup. Of course, there are few veterans sitting here with over 2 decades of experience. We heard their points also. So I'll probably in the next round discussion I'll like more inputs in terms of the HR space, HR areas. One is to bring how to bring that Gen Z in the talent in terms of offering what best we can as an organization can offer, and then how to sustain that, in an organization so as to retain those Gen Z in your current organization. Moving on to Mr. Sudhir again, sir. Would like to hear it from you, the kind of expectation this generation is having in terms of professional offerings. Is it like very unrealistic or something which is doable? So what are those pointers? Anything would you like to share on those perspectives in terms of acquiring them into the organization?
Hitesh sir, sorry to disrupt this great discussion. I really beg your pardon, but our director sir has just joined.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Sorry, panelists, and we will resume this right after this.
Please continue the discussion. Excuse me. Please continue the discussion. Okay, after the panel discussion is over, then I will.
No, sir. We would like to hear it from you. Welcome. Very good morning. We'd like to hear it from you, sir.
No, please. No. I would not.
Okay. All right. Great. So, very good morning. So, we'd like to bring in, yes, Sudhir sir, I hope I was able to convey my question to you in terms of talent acquisition. Is there demand, the kind of offerings which they are looking for? Is it very unrealistic or something, yes, we can do about it?
See, if you see, I was just reading yesterday Deloitte survey, what they have done for 2021. It is a mismatch and it has been continuous. It's not something new we are hearing about. I say that we have jobs and we have people, but how we get the matching done? I know that there's something, the problem with the Gen Y, which is creating that. But said that, what we discussed, they want a purpose of the job. They want to see the career in the job.
Right, absolutely.
That's the same thing. Means it is not this age what we have, because there was a survival need of the people. I think most of the Gen Z, what we are talking about, their basic needs are met. Hence, the choices they will make in a life will be a career oriented, and let's not get defended on those things, because they're making the right choices for their life, and that's the way they will want to live life. And they will always talk about me time, my life, and we should not get disturbed because of that. Second thing, once they join also, they don't want bosses. Actually, they want coaches. They want bosses to ask, tell me how you are going to do, not tell me how you should do it. They will have always a curiosity, what all the panelists were highlighting. Let us acknowledge that. Let's not get disturbed. I think somewhere there's a bit of the value of the old generation versus new generation. What are my beliefs? What are the Gen Z's beliefs? Are we conflicting on those? What are the values they have? What are my values? And can I give permission to me as say that, okay, the people I'm handling is something, they're not something rude or so, but they have curiosity. And the way my other panelist was talking about, can we treat them like our children? Our children ask so many questions nowadays. We don't get irritated. Why we get irritated when our new joinees and our employee ask some questions? Sometimes they will challenge your policies and be comfortable with that. It was a couple of years before, normal attendance, leave and attendance system in our office. I think all the people have that basic leave and attendance. Now, one of guy, he was 24, 25 years old, and he came to me. We have an office wherein 2,500 people come every day, and because of that late, 5 minutes late, 15 minutes late, people used to rush to the lifts. And he came to me and he said, first he talked about, I want to meet me. You're most welcome to tell me. He came to me, he said, do you see morning, the people rush to the lifts and there's so much of queue. And my curiosity was why people want to rush to the office. You see, because they just miss that 1 minute, and there's a problem in a lift also. You can't get everybody in a lift. Oh, my really thoughts got in a different way. It's my problem to take their attendance, and I'm penalizing to them. Can I change something which can avoid this system? And if we got a geofencing, then we say that okay, as long as you come to my office, I will pick up your mobile ID and catch your attendance, because it's my problem, and I was penalizing them. That's the challenges things they will bring you in. And as an old custodian of the policies and those things, feel comfortable to change. I think that's a need of the day.
Excellent points, sir. You have mentioned. So one I really liked. They are not seeking bosses; they are seeking coaches. And yes, one of the very good, beautiful example you shared in terms of the policy change. Moving on to our next senior, Mr. Verma. Sir, on the similar front. So yes, one is the acquiring the talent. Second is the retaining the talent. So they till the time they are here in the organization, they're going to challenge each and every single point. So sir, Mr. Dhar mentioned challenging one of their key policy of attendance. So what's your thoughts on this? How do we bring that comfort, that sort of synergy between our existing setup and the new Gen Z, which is going to be a part of our organization?
Well, I don't think this is a generational thing. I think the workplace is going to get personalized or hyper personalized, as one of the panelists was mentioning, and you have to, as an organization, have the ability to kind of cater to the needs of different generations at work, because each one would have a different imperative that they're seeking at this point in time. But at the core of it, if you kind of look at it, and I don't think it is specific to Gen Z, but for anybody at the workplace, there are three basic attributes that they're looking at. And I call them comfort, connection, and contribution. Comfort is nothing but the desire to be treated and respected fairly within the organization. Everybody would like to think that they would have an equal opportunity that is provided by the company. Connection is building those strong relationships at work, whether it's with your peers, whether it's with your managers, whether it's with your leaders. And lastly, it is about the impact that you're making to the larger organization. And I think these three basic tenets transcend generation. I don't think this generation is very, very different as well. It is just the vehicle by which you deliver these three attributes is going to differ, right? For instance, I think with the newer generation at work, there is a greater desire to create communities at work, right? If you look at the design of new workplaces, they're tending to be more collaborative. They have more social spaces, because that's the way this generation likes to interact in a way. They don't like sitting in a conference room. They like to hang around a coffee machine and discuss ideas. Similarly, if you kind of look at the whole definition of comfort, it is evolving, and I think the last 2 years again have been fairly distinct in terms of as to how this generation's expectation of the workplace have changed. The amount of appetite that we're seeing for support on mental wellness, which was by and large stigmatized till probably 3 or 4 years back, the amount of appetite that people have for establishing a strong connection with the organization, their appreciation for the benefit programs and the other things that people would normally ignore has gone up dramatically as well. So I think the vehicles by which you deliver some of the offerings are gonna change in line with what the customers want here. But I think the basic premise of making sure that you're offering people comfort, connection, and contribution transcend generations, and that's going to continue to stay forever, irrespective of the generation that they're.
Excellent. Really great. 3 C's that you mentioned: comfort, connection, the contribution. That's what, even as a millennial also I'm looking forward to. Really great point mentioned by sir. Mr. Sharma, I would like to hear it from you on the similar, building on the same points. Considering the giant organization that you already mentioned, I guess over a century you have been there in India. So how to make it a win-win for both parties? So yes, there's a Gen Z, there's a Gen Z, or could be any generation for that matter, could be a millennial also. So they want things to get done in their own way. And of course, there's an organization which is well established, there in the setup for last few decades. In your case, it could be a century. So how to make it win-win for both the parties?
If we look at today and since the pandemic started, we have started questioning as to what the work actually means. Right, the definition of work itself is undergoing change. So we are talking about future of work and everything as to how the work itself is evolving. Previously, if I remember, before getting on to when this lockdown happened in last March, and we have been having this work from home policy since ever, but there was hardly any usage. It is both on the manager side and the employee side. Managers were not feeling confident about it. Employees also want to be in front of their managers, having the discussions, etc. And suddenly this thing happened, and we were forced to start working from home. And we did couple of surveys as to how those things have been going. When we did the first survey, maybe just couple of months after getting into this mode, there was still a lot of managers who were not confident whether the productivity of their employees have been impacted or not, or whether it is the same as before. We did a survey, I think, after a quarter post that, and majority, I think 85% of managers said that the productivity is same or the productivity have improved. So that's the kind of change we are looking at. It is now become an acceptable model. Nobody talks about work from home being a, because it is 1.5 years the entire organization is working from home. So that's what is happening. Another thing that is happening is, which is irrespective of whether whatever the mode we are looking at is the culture. Right? Culture will not change irrespective of the organization, but we need to be in tune with what is happening in the workplace. And when we are talking of workplace, there are three aspects of work. That is the what, the workforce, that is the who, and the workplace, the where. So what, who, and the where. So when we are talking of this Gen Z, we also spoke that the careers are going to be non-linear. Previously, we had a linear that you joined as this, and then you get promoted and you become this. But now the careers will be non-linear. One will be experimenting. One will be doing different kind of roles with different kind of functions over their careers. Maybe doing a full-time employment to gig workers to startup consulting or whatever you want to say. So I think it is very important for the organization to get into that kind of a mindset. So for us, which is like a 125-year-old company, we are very cognizant of the fact that we have a legacy. There is some good thing that we need to keep on building up, but there is a lot of new things that we need to imbibe and we need to evolve, etc. So we've already started doing this. We have got this concept of community where people can join based on the topic that we are looking at, whether it is volunteering, whether it is appreciation, etc. And it is a non-hierarchical community. So there is no boss, there is no manager. Everybody is equal. Everybody is supposed to contribute equally in terms of the work and in terms of the ideas, etc. So we have already started getting onto that journey. What we are also looking at is personalization. As I thought, there is a time of hyper personalization. So how careers can be personalized. Today, what happens sometimes in most of the organizations, that cookie cutter kind of a thing, that you cut and this is what you will get. So move away from a cookie cutter to a personalized way and keep focusing on the culture, because it is not something that is written on the walls but which is being talked in the halls. So what happens is culture will become more and more important as to what kind of a culture you want to have in the organization and how you are able to. We won't be able to measure, but there are some behaviors, etc., which you really want employees to exhibit. So culture will become a very important part, and obviously it is openness that we will need to show, and we need to just keep on working towards it and making sure that there is enough empathy in the organization on either side.
Absolutely, absolutely. So irrespective of how old the setup is, the organization needs to be slightly nimble and the kind of career path they are looking for, it is anyway different. It's going to be different from what the career path used to be for the earlier generation. Just sharing it from the Vipra. Vipra, so yours is like a startup setup, as you already mentioned, and in startup we see things moving here and there, probably an exponential growth in terms of say revenue, profit making, or some valuations. You already mentioned in your first statement that this is the most important key thing which they look for is their career path. So in your setup, where it's a pretty new, especially in India, it's 2-year-old setup. So how you are, acquiring the talent, giving them the kind of different offerings, and more importantly, how you're retaining them. So what initiative probably your organization is taking, if anything you could like to share on?
Okay. See, as soon as they join, one thing that we have observed is within 2 months of span, they want to know how they're going to grow. Okay. Now it's not the compensation, it's about their own growth, how we are developing them. Now they don't want, let's say that we hire editors, they don't want to be editors, they're like 2 years and then we say it's a promotion. No. So they not only want to learn into one vertical that we have, they want to learn and get trained for other verticals. Okay. We cannot start them that you are being hired for this. The main mindset that Gen Y or millenniums, baby boomers have, you have been hired for this, you will do this. No, it's not that with them. They want to test them for all the levels. You cannot say, irrespective of what your degree holds or what we hired you for, you need to do that. If they have the capability, we need to start grooming them. Okay. The main thing that we observe while hiring them, they ask what is a career path. But within the company, they want to see the career path on the stage, and we are taking action on that. They want to have pilot projects run by them. They want that, I want to be a senior editor in 2 months. Maybe not possible, but the numbers will show. What we have observed with Gen Z, largely that, give them a career path, keep them motivated and recognized. They are not the people, it's maybe silly, but Gen Z is like, even if they do one small thing and doesn't impacted the business, they want it to be recognized. You cannot say, you did your work and I'm paying it for you. No, not the way they want. It has to be recognized. They are too ambitious. We cannot even think how ambitious they are,
Absolutely.
even with our generation. They are too ambitious to know what is next to me. They want to know how business is growing, what Indian clients you're acquiring, how the Paris business is going. They want to know each and everything, even if it doesn't matter with their work. So having, all staff meeting at a country level and having an all staff meeting at a global level is very, very important in a startup, because they want to know what is growing, because they understand one concept now. Company is growing means my career growth is growing. I have more options to do. Why I'm only interacting with India? Why not my Paris clients? Their hunger to learn is really out of the world, I see, and I'm impressed by that. They want to learn each and everything. They want to keep everything on their plate and they want to do. Give them a challenge and they will accept it. But you cannot deny the fact that we should start thinking about career mapping, career growth in a startup, maybe after 3 years, because 2 years takes them. They don't want manual things. For automation, they are hungry. I think I will just give you an example. There was a setup that we were acquiring, and they said, Vipra, so the team lead comes again from Gen Z, and he said, Vipra, why don't you automate the entire process, because it gives you less of the time and gives you more productivity. So I would say Gen Z, yes, they are hunger of vision, but they have fantastic solutions sometimes to your business. So one of the values that we hold is give us the solutions that dream bigger than you do. This is one of our values that we hold of a company, and this gives us a chance to have more ideas to automate our business than running on behind the traditional things. So I think Gen Z, if I conclude, Gen Z is that generations which give you challenges, which gives you the challenge in everything that you do, plus they give you the ideas how can be automated. So they are the people to learn
Excellent.
from.
Excellent. Two important points you mentioned. One, even if their educational background doesn't support a particular nature of work, still they want to have some hands-on expertise, at least an understanding on that, and also the multi-geography. So what's happening in Paris, so like when I'm sitting in India or some other Asian continent, I should know what's happening there, because I
Yes.
feel associated with the global organization in that way.
Yes.
Great. I really like the core value, which was one of the core value you mentioned, dream bigger than you do. It's really interesting. Really something food for thought for the entire audience who is sitting there. Great. Thank you, Vipra. So next, yes, we have Anurag. Anurag, just from same point as So because you are dealing with a mixed bag there, because you in a factory setup, executive, and individuals from different background. I'm sure there must be MBAs, could be few engineers also, could be few guys from Polytech, ITIs. There's a different strata of individuals that we're dealing, right? So how you are bringing synergy among that different strata of employees, and presuming they could be good chunk of Gen Z within your setup, especially in the factory place.
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt, but Mr. Anurag Sahai has some kind of emergency and he has left the meeting. So
no worries, no problem, no problem. So Mr. Vishal is there, right? He's there.
Hi, yeah, I'm there.
Great, great, great. So just building onto the same pointers which Vipra already mentioned. The guys, they want to try hand in different domains irrespective of their educational background. So I'll give you a few examples from my setup, especially if we take about the IM examples. Usually in most of the IMs, they study general management, right? They want to try hand understanding of say marketing, sales, supply chain operations. Say once they're also part of the organization, they want to try hands in different departments. So how do we handle such situation, such instances in larger organizations, especially in a brand like Tata? Or do we have something of this sort, cross-functional training, cross-functional role understanding in your setup? Any story you want to share?
So I think whenever we hire people from campus, we do keep them on rotation. At least the first year is full of rotations of 4 rotations of 3 months each, which gives them exposure to different functions. And later on, we also employ rotation policies and programs, which gives them an opportunity to rotate and try new things. And as Vipra mentioned, they want to take a risk or try new functions on themselves rather than before being trained and developing an interest and then taking a shift. They actually willingly come forward to try new things. And communication, yes, communication helps a lot. And communication, as we study very simply, that it has 2 parts: talking and listening. Listening is more important for these people. Listening means listening to them, not only talking to them. So you organize a lot of town halls, meetings, sessions where seniors are talking at length to these people. That does not work with them. They need a kind of session where you listen to them, where they get the talking opportunity, and where they get an opportunity to be heard. I think that kind of communication is more helpful with this generation.
Excellent, excellent. So of course, after once we are done with probably next round, we'll like to hear it more from the audience so that we could take more queries, because they're all Gen Z sitting over there. Mr. Venkatesh, so we touched on the recruitment part earlier. If you could share a few instances like how you are managing the career path trajectory of this particular generation in your organization. How you're managing mapping, their expectation vis-a-vis your organization current standing, because Volvo, it's a big brand, it's a huge brand, right? Yeah. So how you're managing their expectations once they're into the setup?
Okay, so actually we are trying to be that kind of mindset people. So we are going to be next choice of their employer. So Gen Z start the mindset from there. Suppose I'm talking to IM guys today, so they think that where I'm going to join. So they may think that the company has a really strong purpose. The innovation is trying to really evolve. They have strong culture out of it. They have growth opportunities. They have fair compensation. So compensation most of the times comes a little later, but they look always purpose and innovation, culture comes on top. So that thing. So what we are trying to do it, and we start from the innovation side. We showcase that what we are trying to do here, and our employees talk a lot on the social media, different bands together. Then actually make their employer choice. It's the first mindset. Then the first connect what we have the candidate. It might be in a campus talk. It might be some other way of discussion. So they always feel that how they interacted with us. So when they feel, wow, I'm going to work with this person, then I feel delightful. Then they choose us. Otherwise, they think that it's a little tough to work with this guy to work with him, or this is a little tough to express my views. He's not so approachable, something way. If that thought comes in mind, although you offer 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs, doesn't matter for them. They not choose us. So we always go that kind of reliable, the approachable purpose, and then about stuff showcasing that what we have it. And also this generation don't believe your words, your PPTs, your all those things. That is all secondary point. They see the real world. So if you go for social media, what is the employees talking about the company? If you go for some Glassdoor things and what is the reviews are given? Although we say I'm offering for some X salary, Y salary, so it's not real and they don't believe it at all. Although you may get into pocket, but they always think that what is actually happening around. So they do a lot of research, they do a lot of understanding. In fact, some of the people I really see that someone to come to Volvo, they find as a mentors in Volvo. So understand actually what actually Volvo doing today. Then they think that, okay, I'm going to part of this organization, then I can really add value. Otherwise, yes, no. So that extent they're going for today's world, because we all talk about employer branding, knowing presence and all. So actually the students also create knowing presence in the market. It is not about only employees are trying that, it's employees also trying to do that. So that's where we need conversations, both of us. And especially our side story, we have two different kind of freshers we hire. One basically go for the global project side. So these people first 1 year, they across, we have 7-8 different countries. They roam around and they understand the business, they understand the people all together. Then they come back to respective divisions and work together. Otherwise, they're part of only India teams. So actually the first 6 months generation, we don't actually teach something what they actually work. We teach actually what Volvo do. Then let them choose actually really where they want to be part of. Certain kind of assessments we do in between. So we are trying to place them where actually their heart lies on. It is not about where we wanted to hire them part. So when we hire that right expectation versus right path, then we have a strong actually next generation going on. So we give that kind of innovation thoughts in mind. We are trying a lot of doing, but although there is always challenge, because today they think that, okay, I'm good at this. I'm going to be part of talent acquisition management area. I'm like that. But after enter the journey, what they want that, okay, they think, I'm good at actually somewhere in operational management. I'm good at, talent rewards, then talent acquisition. So that thought process are changing sometimes very frequently.
Right.
It's challenging for the organization, but we are trying to see, at a longer run to map them, not instant.
Absolutely. So it's more than a compensation. So yes, that's there. I mean, that's the prerequisite basic. Over and above, it's more of a purpose, kind of exposure, kind of geographical understanding, different role understanding. Then probably you can expect them to stay with your organization for slightly longer duration. I won't say for the entire tenure, but yes, for slightly longer duration, they can stick to the organization. Great thoughts. In the second round also, we brought a lot of really good thoughts. We're trying to understand the Gen Z, trying to decode their thoughts. Of course, we'll have better understanding once we'll start taking their queries after this round of roundtable. Would like to touch again, Mr. Sudhir Dhar, sir. In terms of feedback, I'll say, so I'll probably in at least for next couple of panelists, I'll like to touch upon the feedback prospect. Even if the seniors or say a mid-level management want to give feedbacks to them, could be a constructive feedback, I'm sure. So what is the right way, to share, even if they want to say something, communicate something. So how do you feel that the communication has to be there from the top management or a middle management to this particular generation? Maybe any story, anecdote you want to share, so that will also bring better perspective.
Yeah, first thing is they're very curious about the feedback also. Whereas
absolutely,
we used to never go to our bosses and ask them that can you give me feedback how I'm performing. At least I have not done any time. As I see that these Gen Z come and ask those tough questions, and sometimes it's really surprising to the boss what I should take, whether I should tell him the fact or we should hide the facts. Now, important for leaders is what you said is how to communicate. Are you blaming or labeling him as an individual, or are you commenting on the events? I think that's the difference you want to make. Is that I'm communicating him in the feedback, okay, say simple words, means old time manager, you were totally useless and those things. I think they don't appreciate that. They will appreciate the feedback on the events, that it was supposed to be done like this, but I think we together have not been able to do it. And more of telling him the feedback, I think better way they allow to be asked. And the language has to change. I say that, okay, we were supposed to do this, and I'm curious to know what has gone wrong. Ask. I think they are pretty intelligent guys, and they will tell you, okay, I have messed up or those things, and your job is easy then. Right? It is more about how you become again a coach to them rather than a boss to him. Means you can't start saying that pouring the feedback and it goes off. After a while, I have just experienced this Gen Y, they will switch it off. You said, okay, you keep on telling. I believe we might have seen in a home also. They said, okay, you keep on telling now. And they will switch it off. They're not listening to you, right? It is better to engage them in that feedback. That's the reason I'm saying you ask more questions, be more, having more curiosity. You have to behave the way they behave. Means we just pinpoint, are you with them for those career orientations? Are you asking them what is that you have learned new? How the learning has helped you in the job? Ask those questions and convey the feedback in that matter. I think it is always the job of the boss to give both positive and negative stroke, but we need to learn the way how to pass it on, and it should not be damaging to them, right? I think that's where.
Correct. Very rightly mentioned that both stroke has to be there, the positive and negative, but yes, it has to be an event-based feedback that you could have done something in this way rather than that. Again, we have another senior member. So Amit Verma, sir, is the same pointer, like the feedback perspective, how to make them listen. So yes, Mr. Dhar has already shared a few pointers, but how to make them listen your point of view? Because of course, you have been there in the setup for quite some time, 2 decades of experience. So what are the like tricks and trades where you can make them hear and understand your point
I think Sunil has hit the nail on the head. I think for this generation, the feedback is a necessity. Unlike our generation, where we would actually cook up excuses not to show up for review meetings. If there was one period of time that we used to dread, was the so-called review meeting that used to happen once a year. But this generation is a lot more courageous. They're a lot more invested. They're a lot more invested, and they do want multiple check-ins. And they do, value measurement. Those days, like you mentioned, you can't tell somebody that you're a bad communicator, or you need to improve your communication skills. You need to be more specific. You need to give them more examples. They need to understand as to why they are being told what they are being told. And I think that's probably the biggest challenge that a lot of our organizations are facing at this point in time. And I think the challenge is actually even more compounded with the Gen Y folks and the millennial folks who are actually now leading these teams, because they are not necessarily very, very empathetic and very, very objective while providing feedback. And it's a double-edged sword, because if you don't do it well, it comes back and hurts you big time. It hurts you big time. And I think a lot of focus organizations are giving, and it's not only in the tech industry, but in general, in terms of how do you build manager capabilities in terms of providing feedback. The other thing that is working extremely well is that this generation learns and gives a lot of heed and value to what they hear from their peers. So peer-to-peer feedback is becoming extremely important as well. It is non-threatening in some ways. It is safe in many ways, and it seems more authentic as well. And a lot of actions that people take today are actually based on what they hear from their peers, as against what they hear from so-called authority or people who are in positions of authority. So I think organizations have to kind of figure out a way to strengthen peer-to-peer feedback, and that works a lot better than just this formalized feedback processes that a lot of organizations have. The third thing that I think that is becoming more and more important with this generation is the value of feed forward, which is what's happened is history. Let's talk about as to what is it that we need to focus on going ahead as against reliving the past. Sure, we're intellectually honest. We understand as to, okay, there are things that we didn't do well and we need to kind of get better. But let's just bury that and let's start thinking in terms of what is required from a forward-looking perspective. The fourth thing I think the organizations need to kind of get better at, and I know there's a lot of work going on across organizations, in terms of how do you establish listening mechanisms within the organization as well? Because employees have a lot to say as well, right? And they want their opinions, they want their ideas, and they want their perspectives to be heard in larger forums. And the so-called once a year, or in some cases once in 2-year employee surveys are passing. It is how do you, I earlier mentioned about the whole concept of creating communities within the organization, the employee resources groups, getting people together informally and providing them our pulse surveys are opportunities for people to provide you instant feedback, right? Because it's a two-way street. They just don't want to hear in terms of what they need to do better. They have a strong urgent desire to tell you as to what organizations can do better as well to make their experience more enriching. So the organizations have to kind of focus on developing effective listening mechanisms that could be on the traditional part of it. So a lot of increase the frequency, make it more measurable, train your managers to deliver it with empathy and in a more constructive manner, establish listening mechanisms, and strengthen peer-to-peer feedback. I think is what organizations are focusing on.
Excellent pointer, sir. You have highlighted the like more frequent, more better check-ins, feed forward. Like it's a more developmental feedback. So how the one can improve on a particular space.
Just collected
Sure,
how we do it, and maybe that will be a. We have seen that once we're giving the feedback, does he show that I just want to pull him down or I want to grow him from here? Hence, we see, as you said, it's a feed forward. We use a psychometric tool. Actually, if I see something is not working with a person, and I'll be curious to know what is his personality first. And after doing that, I will sit with that person and tell him how his script internally, why the person is behaving the way he is behaving, and then give him an opportunity to support if he wish to change. Once you create that awareness to an individual, I think it works for him, and you show the positive approach that I'm here to help you out rather than pulling it out. Always the organization have a choice to sack him and take the new person. The message goes other ways out, say that we are interested in developing you, not pulling you down. Thanks for it.
Excellent. Really nice. So it's just a more specific, customized first you understand his or her personality, and then you shoot your respective feed forward for the developmental funds. Great. Mr. Rohit, just on to the similar pointers. So first, yes, the feedback piece, it's there. There's another phenomenon which we are hearing quite a few times, especially in larger organizations, the reverse mentoring. What's your thoughts on it? So, like, of course, it's always there to learn. We have mentioned, we heard a lot of points even during discussions. So they always tech savvy, early adopters, which we can learn. So, what's your thoughts on the reverse mentoring prospects that this generation can train their seniors on certain aspects at least?
So we have experimented with it, and we have a very active and very successful reverse mentoring program that is going on in the organization currently as well. So obviously, as we know that we have people from baby boomers, X, Y, Z, everybody, and sometimes what happens is obviously one thing which these people come out with is digital skills, and digital skills doesn't only mean usage. When we are talking of data analytics, when we are talking of technology to be used to enhance our business performance, etc., this is a generation which can really add value just by looking, but just by hearing to their suggestions and just by guiding, because there is a lot of business knowledge which is lying with the senior folks. But sometimes what happens, we are not able to bridge the gap between what current is happening, what market is looking at, and we as an organization, we want to lead the market. We don't want to trade. So when we are leading, we need to come up with thoughts, etc. Now, agriculture and digital, right? If a third person hears that those two words in a single sentence may not make a lot of sense. But if you really look on the ground, there is a lot of digital happening within the agriculture. Farmers have become so digitally savvy that sometimes it is difficult for us to comprehend. Similarly, with our medicines, our doctors, etc. So this, I think, that has worked really well, and we need to make sure that there is a proper alignment. It is not being done just for the sake of it. There is a value being added, and it also makes sure. And again, first of all, to let go of all the assumptions, right, from our side and from the younger generation side, that there are these assumptions that the other generation is like this or the other generation like this. First is to let go, and when you get into these kind of conversations, make it more friendly, make it more informal, right? Otherwise, if the other person keeps calling you sir, 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 then I don't think the message is well received, or it is the conversation
Right.
is happening in the way it should be. So we saw a very active and very engaging reverse mentoring session. It is still going on, and I'll suggest other organizations to experiment with this as well.
Excellent. So that's the digital front is something which is no doubt their forte and something to learn from them. And as you mentioned, it is really successful in your organization. So I'm sure many larger organizations should at least try to adopt or have a pilot testing on this particular mode. Vipra, so of course your setup is like more of a Gen Z dominant. So I'll like more press on the feedback part only. So how receptive is your team or your especially talent pool in terms of from what are the founder members you mentioned from seniors, so how receptive are they in terms of listening first and then again adopting as per the organization's values?
See, as I said, my few of my team leaders and managers from Gen Z. Okay, so taking feedback is something is important for them to grow, for them to how they want to be. But one thing was a challenge where your management is from Gen Y and then our entire stream is Gen Z. So giving feedbacks only when you have a appraisal meeting or the performance cycle was not the thing for us. So it was clearly a two-way process to make them understand how our workforce is and how we need to proceed to understand it. Secondly, in this case also that we presided one thing, that the people who are managers don't know how to give a feedback right now because they are from Gen Z itself. We groomed them to be team leaders but not groomed them for, so there were continuous workshops given to them how to give a feedback. You cannot start a meeting. Let's say I give you just few experience. One of my team members started a meeting with a negative note. Okay, we all do something positive in a week, we all do something bad, let's accept it, we all are not perfect, right? So we have to start something with a positive note and end how can we improve.
Absolutely.
There are some terminologies that we should use correctly when we are having a discussion because it really impact these people need workshops to be given on emotional intelligence because they take decision on emotions, not sometimes very practically. Okay, so what we understood with our service is these people are emotionally at a high level, they are at a level that they don't know how to give a feedback. Okay, and obviously to take the feedback from their team members was very important for me to do these workshops for them. So it was a kind of, I would say, a very big hurdle for me as well to understand how the team leaders are doing, how to give them a point that how we need to groom them and the feedback sessions should move. It was not that difficult that feedback should be given only once in a quarter when we are sitting, but it was two-way process. But yeah, from the management to the team leaders, it was a bit difficult phase because they thought that once in a year let's sit it out, or 6 months, but that's not there. But yes, I think my basic challenge came because my entire team leaders were Gen Z, and to groom them for that was a bit challenging in this startup. So I think most probably what we do in my setup is we do quarter-wise employee satisfaction service, which tell us where are we right now and where we need to move next quarter to improve it, and we will check it out in our service again. So this gives us our basically strategy how to move the plan for each quarter right now. So that's what we do right now.
Great, excellent. I mean, that's the beauty of your organization. I mean, both ways you are finding the Gen Z, the receptive side as well as the giving side. So there's a challenge both ways that you are facing, how to receive the feedback and how to give the feedback. Interesting. Vishal, would like to hear it from you, building on these 2 pointers only primarily. So there's sort of good inputs have come first in terms of feedback prospect. If you would like to add something on this. And also your thoughts on the reverse mentoring process. Why I'm asking is because considering the Tata legacy brand, we have certain, I'm presuming this could be a baby boomers in your setup. So how can they adopt and learn from this particular generation?
So I think for the feedback side, I'll go ahead with Vipra, what she mentioned. Actually, for Gen Z, you are not supposed to keep feedback to be given at a particular point in time. It's better to be given spontaneous on the same day and generally not as a feedback. It's like it should come more as a reaction. If you find it good. If you did not find it good, you tell them, rather than stacking up and telling some fine day on the day of appraisal. That does not work with them. And reverse mentoring, in my observation, within my company or outside also, is that it works best till the time you do not label it as reverse mentoring, or pitch it as a proper planned program that now these two people, one old and one young, will be put together under reverse mentoring program, and you fail it from there onwards. It should happen naturally, and it happens naturally when it is not labeled, when it is not branded that way, and when they gel well together, there is a lot of reverse mentoring happening, I have seen, till the time it is not labeled or forced in that manner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, what's your recommendation? What you're suggesting this has to come as naturally as a flow, because the generations are already there, like 2-3 generations already sitting. So let's come with the flow, and there are key learnings, of course, especially on the digital and technical front, which any generation should learn from this particular Gen Z.
Exactly. If they work together, they learn a lot, and if you put it as a program, there the ego comes in between always. And I have seen a lot of time, because young people leaves companies very frequently, and I have seen a lot of seniors talking in their farewell about things they have learned from them in all natural interactions and in all natural teamwork they had with them. But if you put a program, that never gives a result.
Right. Venkatesh, just before I close this third round of roundtable, just one more question. Because you have been there in the talent acquisition, I'm sure you must be facing a lot of recruitment pressure, because people completely leave, so there could be new positions pitching in. How feasible do you see to retain this Gen Z in a particular setup? I am not asking to quote any specific numbers, how many years are a good ideal years. So like my father's generation, so it's like the entry into the setup, and then of course you simply retire. So उस समय तो रोजगार मिलना was a challenge. That's a big struggle they had. So now they have multiple options. So my question, like what I know from your standpoint is, how do you see to retain this particular generation in a particular larger setup, especially where you have different generation working together?
Yeah, so actually, in my opinion, in fact, what we are doing as well, we always keep empower them. So either with skill or with kind of knowledge or with kind of support, what is required to be done. So, and also keep on learning process, because we actually incorporated with our appraisal cycle, the system itself. So manager will have a discussion with one-on-one with every month, 1 hour discussion with you, and there is a development plan made for them. So we are asking to sit them in driver's seat and run their appraisal cycle, performance reviews and all. So make your own learning curve what you wanted to be. And also we are encouraging them that so you stay in the same role for 1 year. After finishing 1 year, that you can move on some other role where you wish to be, but you have to make your development plan accordingly to incorporate with the company's the view as well. That's one way of doing things, and other way of doing things, and we are offering the global opportunities, because it's not about the person sitting and work for only one location for one division. It is not about the person moving to abroad. It's about the person working for abroad locations. A few things to learning process wise. And apart from this, there are a lot of culture shift. In fact, the Volvo is running right now. We call it the culture of 5. We are moving towards to how to make into the new generation of work-life balance. Because if you ask me, we are more like a manufacturing setup and the IT and a few things together working. So we can't go with one kind of life cycle model. So that's where it's all different learning and acquisition person, because we are a centralized team. So I need to work with the manufacturing unit, the person looking for the whole little mindset different. Again, I'm working with the new generation R&D team members, the mindset different. Both area I'm hiring Gen Z guys, but we need to understand their world, because some of the guys we talk about a lot of description, but same thing, some people require more stability job than go around and do things and all. So understand their needs. That's why we are giving the first 6 months time to stable down or understand the world, what they're working for, then play with them in the right roles. So that's kind of an aspect. Again, we ask not just to keep in the same role for longer run. So stay for the same role for 1 year, and we have multiple opportunities internally. In fact, Volvo officially says that first any position open in Volvo Group, first 2 weeks we open for internal people. In case we don't find any person internally, then we'll go for external candidate. So it's giving some kind of confidence to all the employees, including Gen Z as well. Yes, I can move to for next role, or I can move to some other department first, in case I want to move somewhere else. So that's where we are trying to combine with the 360-degree circle information what they're looking for it. But always personally, I feel that you need to empower them on regular basis. That's the only way to retain them. But in generally keeping for at least a good amount of 3 years, this guy's in the same company, that will be ideal time to stay. More than that, they also think that I know everything.
Right, absolutely. So yes, it's so in nutshell for the last 3 rounds of discussion, what we could observe is that the generations seek purpose in your particular role. They want empowerment. Of course, they want feedback, constructive feedback, the developmental feedback. They are ready to give their more than 100%, but of course that sense of accomplishment, the sense of acknowledgement has to be there. So only that the organization can acquire and also retain and get best out of this particular generation. So we'll take a pause here, and probably I'll request Anirudh or Lakshmi, we can take few questions here because we have last 15-20 minutes. We'll take for say next 10-15 minutes, we'll take few questions. And in the last round, quickly in 30 seconds, I'd like to have one like a key learnings from all the panelists for the students sitting here. So over to you, Anirudh. Probably you can read out a question, or maybe you can ask someone to unmute. How it works in IIM Jammu, you can see to it, and then panelists will take question one by one. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was a truly thought-provoking discussion, sir. The insights beautifully put forth by our esteemed panelists has surely disrupted our set beliefs and given rise to new schools of thought. I'm sure
and
the
yes,
students,
as we have already mentioned that Gen Z asks a lot of questions. So we are expecting good chunk of questions here, not just for the force of placements, but otherwise also. So I know what's happening on the other side of the table, but yes, we are expecting good questions. So I being from Casio, yes, so the person who is asking really good question will offering be a really good Casio discounts on your any watch which you want to buy. So that's an offer from my side. Because Gen Z never comes, nothing comes free for Gen Z at least. So that's an offer from my side. Yes, Anirudh, go ahead.
Agreed, sir. I'm sure our students in Generation Z has gathered much from these deliberations and have many pertinent questions to pose to our students, sir. The stage is now set for a question and answer session. So we now invite our students who are in this session to raise their hands to ask their questions from our panelists. We'll be picking one by one.
So Nikhil Beniwal, I think you can ask your question, please.
Good evening, sir and ma'am. I had a doubt regarding when we were talking about like various Gen Z students would try to switch between various departments. And we always talk about how there is a very much high need of specialization into each and every stream, or I can say a domain. So when people are switching so fast, so how do we catch up with the required specializations? For example, if a person is a data analyst and he has spent a lot of time in understanding about various topics, and you can say he has gathered information about it, but now all of a sudden he's switching to some other domain. And like in Volvo, we were also talking about that, and Tata also, like every quarter people are allowed to switch. So how does it impact on their own companies working, and does it impact efficiency?
You want to ask a specific panel to answer, or maybe anyone can take it up?
Anyone can take it.
Okay. So these are probably if you can share your pointers and observation.
Thanks, Hitesh. See, there are two things what you can do in your career. You can become a specialist and you can become a generalist. But ultimately, all the goals the people will have in a career, not if people choose to be an IC, individual guy, is to become a managing director and the CEO. Yeah. Now, managing director and the CEO will have to have a multiple skills. And trust me, once you go up in the hierarchy, you don't need much of the technical competency. You need more of the behavioral competencies. Hence, the people have to make the choices where they lead their career. I think it depends upon the individual rather than putting a general statement to it. You should be aware. I always say that the organization and the boss can support the career, but individual has to take first call where he want to lead himself and what is he going to do with it.
Okay. Hope that answered, Nikhil, your question.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now I would request Sanyam Sehdev to ask his question.
Lakshmi, please confirm if I'm audible.
Yes, Sanyam, you're audible.
First of all, thank you to each and every panelist for such a thought-provoking session. You all have expressed the various traits of Gen Zs, and so my question to would be in the changing work environment, the changes we are seeing in this fourth industrial revolution, and with the coming of new technology. So, what would be the one key skill set if you would like to highlight for the upcoming managers like me to work upon and improve for their future? If any skill set, that would be one particular skill set that you would like to highlight.
Okay, Amit, I would request you to, if you can take this bill.
It's like asking your father as to who's your favorite child, right? There is no one singular trait that one can kind of point out and say that this is the one that is going to be the defining trait or skill that you need to build to be successful. I think it's a combination of a lot of skills. If I were to just kind of and I have a little bit of an affinity for catchy phrases that kind of sound a little corny. But if I were to look at the three traits that would define success, would be courage, competence, and confidence. I think this generation is courageous. You are fearless. You have an opportunity to be disruptive. Competence, invest in your craft. Be the best at whatever you're trying to do, and make sure that you develop the competencies that would make you the best at what you do. And the third thing would be confidence, which is their ability to kind of get into uncharted areas and to execute with finesse. So I would say if there are three attributes that you need to develop, and not necessarily three skills, it's courage, it's competence, and it's confidence. Any successful business leader or any successful individual in life, any leader, you would say if you were to reflect, would have each of these three traits. The ability to get into the unknown, to make sure that they're good at what they're doing, right? And the confidence to go and change the world. So focus on that. But as you are beginning your careers, right, get good at the craft that you have chosen to be a part of. So right now, I believe your generation already has the courage. Focus right now on developing the competencies. Your first few years should be invested in terms of learning your craft and refining your craft. You cannot go and just disrupt the world in a nanosecond. Some people can, but most of us can't. We have to invest in ourselves in terms of developing our competencies. So open up yourself to experiences, as Sandeep said. Decide whether you want to go deep or you want to go wide, right? And then make sure that you do it your best. And the second thing the guidance I would give is to find a mentor. Find a mentor. It could be somebody from your workplace, could be somebody from outside your workplace, but your go-to person who could give you objective, unbiased guidance in terms of validating what you're doing.
Great. That's really good thought-provoking pointers that I shared. Yes, the next one.
Rohan, can you please go ahead with your question, please?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, as you all mentioned, Ms. Babbar also mentioned that we are the generation that we dream big. And in a nutshell, we also discussed and agreed that this generation seeks for the purpose, and they are in a very growth-oriented mindset they have. But at the same time, my question is, we have some other qualities which we are lacking behind. For example, in terms of patience or humility, Generation Z is really lacking behind. So, as an HR professional, how would you deal with this situation if a lot of Gen Z people are there in the company?
Okay, Ms. Babbar, you can take it up because you being the most handling the entire generation in your setup. Yes.
I think they need to focus on the energy that we have. We understand that Gen Z is full of energetic people, but we need to understand how to focus our energy or channelize our energy into the ways that we can. I think best advice I can give you to always have a mentor. What we do is a buddy system in our company when somebody joins. Okay, we give a buddy for 1 month to to understand the company culture, and obviously we get a feedback on the buddy also how the employee is doing in some facing any challenges or something. Now, to have a buddy or a mentor means that they are telling you how to grow, how to go about it. But sometimes I have focused myself that employee assistance programs has given us more help into all these kind of situations where to know where we lack. And before even I think in startups, the one good thing that I've understood, employees come directly to us to tell how I want to grow. These are my weakness and I want to grow into this. How should I go about it? Where even I have worked with established firms, we never went to our HRs that to say I lack here, what should I do? Maybe we tell our line managers but not HRs. So I think if somebody who is from Gen Z joining us and thinks where they lack, they need to have an open discussion, then keeping up to themselves. Okay, communication is the best way to deal with every situation, and it has to be two-way. We do surveys, we get to know everything, but I think in this case, channelize your energy, a buddy program that companies do, but best is to open up your thoughts to someone who can understand and give you a channelized answer. I hope I answer your question, sir.
Yes, Amir.
Thank you.
And if I were to add, it's a famous saying from Bill Gates, which said, when he was addressing a bunch of students, he said that we were smart too, right? And we got boring because we had to pay your bills, we had to clean your clothes, and we had to listen to you talk about how cool you thought you were. So there is a value in experience. There is a value in situations that people have encountered as well. So while you may be smart, it is not necessary that you're always the smartest person in the room. So having a little bit of a humility, being a little bit more open, goes a long way as well. So while you want to express and you want to share, be open to learn it as well and listen.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Lakshmi, just in the interest of time, probably we'll take last question.
Yes, sir.
We have like 5 more minutes. So last question, and then we'll quickly summarize. Okay.
Sure, sir. Rishabh Kumar, I think you can take the last question.
Am I audible, first of all? My question is first of all, I want to say thanks to all, because whatever you do research on Gen Z is really amazing. I have made the notes on all this. So my question is the Gen Z is really confusing generation. We don't know, we want to invest in stock, we want to be a HR, we want to be a operations, we want to do everything by ourselves. So what you will suggest us, where do we we don't know where we want to go. So what you will suggest us, how to choose the right path? We are really confusing generation.
Okay, Rohit, would you take it up?
Sure. So Rishabh, it is happening for the first time that a new generation is coming to the workplace with the life expectancy going above 80-85. Soon we will have 4 or 5 generations as part of our workplace, right? So I think it is for everybody. It can't be generalized that for generation Z this is the right path. You need to understand what are your core competencies, where you excel, and that's why we are saying that we will have non-linear career. So it is not something that you start with something and then you have to live with it for your entire life. There is obviously be opportunities to change the path, right? Although I am not from your generation, but if I take my example, I am an engineer who has done computer and master science, and now I'm doing HR, right? So I have seen that transition myself. I can very well vouch for it, that non-linear careers are there. They are there for long, and it makes sense. It is not something which is on paper. And as somebody also asked as to now we want to do HR, now we want to do data analytics. So how this will happen? It will happen. Only thing is that you need to be open to learning. You need to be open to experience, right? And choose as to what is it that fit for you at that point in time. After 3 years, 4 years, you may find that your inclination has changed. That is all fine. You have only one life, right? And you have to live it to the fullest. You have to experience the entire thing. So let's not get into what is right, what is wrong. Let us look at what makes sense for us. What is giving that fulfillment?
Excellent. Great.
Thanks, sir.
Great, Lakshmi. So what we'll do, sir, if you could request all the panelists just to summarize in last 30 seconds. I'll go again one by one. Last 30 seconds, just a fine key learning. Of course, few learnings have already been shared, like to have a mentor, so on and so forth. But yes, maybe just vast key learning, because our entire audience is Gen Z. What they should learn and expect from their career ahead, so that they can, whenever they leave campus, they are yes in the real world and can do perform well. So these are over to you.
Yeah, I think we talk more about how the Gen Z behaves, means what are their behaviors and those things. We talked about the curiosity, we talked about the purpose and those things. We listed so many things what they need from us. But I have a suggestion and observation. To conclude it means whenever the Gen Z joins to the organization, I have only requested them observe what is presently happening in the organization. Because see, any organization which is growing, say my organization is growing 25% every year on year, there is going to be something happening in the organization which is making it happening. My request is just, can you observe, learn what is happening, ask the question out of the curiosity, challenge the processes to make it better. But it is not what you say. I think you need to learn how you say. Thank you.
Great, excellent thought. Amit?
I would just say that you are a blessed generation. No other generation has the kind of opportunities and the potential that this generation has. Recognize that and make the most of it. Like I said, invest in your craft, and do remember that life is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So learn to pace yourselves. You have 30 years ahead of you in terms of professional life. Don't just go looking at it in terms of what you can do in the next 24 months, 3 years, or 5 years. It's a 30-year journey that we're talking about. Pace yourselves with patience and with skill.
Great. Rohit Sharma.
Yeah. I'll say be open, be flexible, and emphasis on learning. Keep the learning on. So whether it is now or whether it is 5 years or 10 years down the line, and have fun. Basically, have fun, because ये जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा.
True that. So yes, Vipra.
I think, guys, we adapt to invest you. So hear from one another, and obviously be flexible and be flexible to understand every generation that you work with, because you enter as Gen Z, but might the time the company is going to leave as other generation. So same thoughts for you will be. So keep on learning and keep on growing.
Absolutely. Mr. Vishal?
Hi, so I just want to say that give sufficient time to anything you do. Don't switch very quickly. Things may look fancy outside, but when you get into that, those things may appear ugly, uncomfortable. But stay put. Don't chicken out, and then you will find your way. Thank you.
Great, Venkatesh. Over to you.
Yeah. So I think a lot of ideas are generating this generation. So think that your idea is going to make the difference. So you follow that the respective company or your own company, or you're doing somewhere else for society. So bring that change the right path. So you had to find a mentors, you have to find some kind of people who do the same work. So you think always that your ideas are making difference because you are on top level of the Indian IIMs. So that's where you have to keep in mind that you are going to make change. But how do you make the change? Is there some time, efforts, and cost to cooperate for the society? So think that in a larger big picture and work accordingly. It's not about don't think just in short-term goals or short-term things. So you are the big picture for the Indian society. Think in that way. All the best for you guys.
Excellent thoughts. So, like, a lot of ideas, inputs I've come across. From my experience, all I can say is one of the really finest discussion I've had so far. I hope the Gen Z, which was sitting, over 200 Gen Z folks who were sitting attending the session, they got at least some amount of real learning, got to hear some real instances, and few real-time key advices from the industry leaders. Of course, I on all the panelists are pretty much open and approachable. You can reach out to us at any of the social media platform. But yes, as someone said, don't take it as a sprint. It's a marathon. Just keep learning, keep fighting, and of course, dream big. You would be able to achieve really well. Thanks to IIM Jammu team. Thanks to all the panelists. Thanks to the students for attending the session. It's really great interacting with all of you. Over to you, IIM team.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. That was a truly interactive session, and I'm sure our students had much to learn from this. While I wish this discussion would go on forever, we are unfortunately bound by time constraints. Before we proceed any further, however, it is our honor to hear from our director, sir, amongst us. I now humbly request Professor B.A. Sahai, sir, Director of IIM Jammu, to speak a few words and grace the occasion.
Good morning to all of you, friends from industry, my faculty members, Professor Jabir Ali, Dr. Baljit Singh, all my dear students. In fact, last evening I landed in Spain, and Professor Jabir Ali had said this thing that I have to be in program. So first of all, I really feel sorry that I was not able to make it on time. Just got up and I said that where is the program? He said it's still going on. So I said, okay, give me some time, get me ready. So welcome you to all of you to Jammu. Jammu is a place I'm sure many of you must have visited. Let me just take a couple of minutes because for last 16, 17 years now, I'm doing the same job. I enjoy because I was listening all of you very carefully, man. And you guys are expert, I must tell you, sharing your experience. But one thing I've learned in last 38 years, or probably no more, and as a director of IIM Jammu, IIM Raipur, MDI Gurgaon, IMT, so all these 16, 17 years, what I've learned is that, and all throughout my career, one thing is common thread was that whatever I do, I must do passionately. If I don't like, I need not to touch that job. If I like, I should do that job. I should give my life to that job. And somebody was very nicely saying this thing that Jindagi nahi milegi dobara. Absolutely right. I fully agree with that. Because you see, this is one life and you have to contribute, give your best. Do whatever you like. Don't just go because your parents are telling or because your friends are telling or because your peer group is telling. Because most of the time we are trying to put pressure on our young great minds. And eventually what happens is that they totally get confused that what to do and what not to do. So we have the habit of, as an elders, we have the habit of giving prescription. We give prescriptions. What is the net effect? We don't bother about that. It's like giving instruction, do it. And I really like this thing that no, so most of you are telling that no, you don't need bosses, you need facilitators. You need to help them out to grow, whatever they are good at. Like say, academics is not different. Why I can say with full conviction is that because I had the privilege to work in public sector, I had the privilege to work in private sector, I was in consulting, and then finally I landed in teaching. And somebody asked me that, how do you like here? I said, look, I'm here by choice, not by default. So guys, you guys are there. I will say this thing that age is not a bar. Somebody was telling that senior boss like that. No, you have the opportunity. You will see this. I will say this thing that anyone, because I was listening, many of you, and it sounded that you have a very good grip of academics and research. So let me just promote first IIM Jammu, okay? And I'm more concerned about your career now, because you are going to take care of concern of our students. That's fine. Like say, IIM Jammu started in 2016 by the Government of India, Ministry of Education. Our campus is coming up very fast. If you have gone to Mata Vaishnav Devi Shrine on the way on Katra Road, we are located there. And it's going to be one of the finest campus in the world because the design, the whole architecture is like that. So we started in 2016 and we started with just 47 students in MBA program. Today our intake has increased to 240. I'm sure Professor Virali must have talked about this thing. And then research is at our heart. So we started our PhD program in 2020. I joined there in Jammu in 2018, October. And this year we started two programs. One is a 5-year integrated IPM program in management. And the test was conducted by this NTA, National Testing Agency. Yeah, somebody is giving, it's a good break, Naval Kadel. Some background music is coming, so thank you for that. So coming back again, so what happens is that it's really important for all of us that we started this year, 5-year, and we received tremendous response, unbelievable response. And we have started a executive MBA program in blended mode. So many of those who are interested in PhD program can think of coming for PhD program. It is not necessary you're joining IIM Jammu or in such place, but my request will be that do it from any good place. Let me tell you, in HR, you keep talking about, keep working day and night, but what you are going to do after 60? So life begins here. So jindagi nahi milegi dobara again. So after 60, what you are going to do? So academics, the area where the retirement is 65, and if you want to continue, you can continue till 70 years. And after that also, if you are mentally alert and physically fit, there is no time bar or age bar for that. So we started this thing, and some of the innovative things we started our campus. We are right now working from our transit campus. We had one transit campus. We have taken another transit campus because activities have grown up very fast. We have set up our off campus in Srinagar. Again, it's a beautiful campus, and again, government of JNK has given us land in Srinagar also, and very soon we are going to construct our permanent off campus there also. Some of the innovative things what we have done, that it's a world of collaboration. So I don't know up to what extent this in HR collaboration is done. Because two companies collaborate for a product, even with competitors you compete, so compete and collaborate both. But here what we have done is that Jammu is a place where 3 institutes of national importance are there: IIM Jammu, IIT Jammu, and AIMS Jammu. And next year we are going to hear some great news about this thing. We have signed an MOU, which was this, and we have agreed in the area of academics, research, offering joint programs. We have seen what is happening in COVID time. Healthcare was one other issue. So where health management, hospital management, or we say how IIT AIMS can collaborate, how IIT AIMS and AIMS can collaborate, so like that. So I would like to say this thing that and everywhere HR is required, because you are a common thread. And whatever one thing I find very interesting that I just forgotten the name of the lady who was telling this thing, because I can't see her photograph here. Picture her picture, I can't see her.
Vipra ma'am.
Yeah, Vipra. So Vipra was talking about this thing that and that's a very, very, very solid thing. That today's generation, they don't only think of their progress. They are more concerned about the progress of the company. So they want to be partner in the whole progress development process. This we are doing at IIM since ages. Because in any IIMs or IIT, if it is there, it is because of quality of student and quality of faculty members. And everybody is concerned about that, okay, how to build the brand, how to do high quality research, how to invite corporates to the company, the institute. So I think that's really very insightful thing, that if a company starts this, employee starts thinking about. And why to think of employee? Because you say he's giving services. So while company needs, let's say students need good job, company also needs good students. So it's a matchmaking. But it's very nice to hear this thing that okay, students are also this gen, they want this thing that not only their progress, they want that okay, the organization should also progress. Second thing I really liked is that risk-taking capability. They can dare to dream big, and they're doing that thing. That's incredible. Because like say there are new gen companies with such a huge turnover, growth, the exponential growth, unbelievable growth. Really, nobody could have believed that thing. So I feel very happy to listen to all of you. Please do visit to Jammu. It's your institute. Visit to Srinagar. It's your institute. I say this thing because like say when we talk of IIM, IIMs are not built in a day. It has a very solid brand. But what is important is that industry support is very much required. And that's why I say that while faculty members and students and staffs are there to look after IIM, but one of the strongest pillars is that industry, corporate, and it's your IIM, mind it. You should feel happy that after a few years, you reflect back and you come to Jammu again, then you say this thing, look, hey, I also contributed in building this great institution. So take that pride, and your contribution is very much, without mincing words, I say that, yes, we need you. We need your support. We need your guidance. And you have to do it. I say with that also, that it's your institute, take charge. And if you feel that, okay, some new electives are coming, some new things are happening, please don't forget to share. I really liked Hitesh, the way he was trying to coordinate the whole thing. Or this Syam or Sudhir, what they were talking about. So I really like this thing. So I would like to, at the end of the day, I would like to say that when I was listening to Rohit say that 2 years back he started his companies. Now you just imagine that people can take risks at this age also. So that's a great thing. Or the Venkatesh, what he was talking about. So I think that it's really important for all of us to say this. And if I've forgotten some name, please excuse me because I can't see all these things and I don't have the complete program schedule in front of me. So please don't think that, okay, I don't, when I say industry friends, all of you are there and all of you are great. Fine. So please do visit IIM Jammu and be part of this community. Come to the campus, interact with the students. Interact with the faculty members, you will feel very, very happy that even during Corona time, say with maintaining social distancing, all COVID-19 protocols, we run the institute, and our students have come on campus. 50% of the students have already come on campus, and as and when government allows us to have more students, we'll bring them on campus. But yes, things are improving very fast, and there is a great learning between this Corona time also. And I must tell you that technology has changed our life. It's a death of distance. Who could have thought of that? Look, in the early morning, I'm connecting with all of you, or you have the opportunity to hear all of you. So it's a great time, great technology, great people. So enjoy your life and enjoy your life fullest. Okay, give your best what you are at, and don't forget that these students you have to mentor. I am yours. So take charge. That is what I can request at the end. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry once again for pitching in late. I should have been there maybe 1.5 hours before. But thank you, Javed, for reminding me that because I was thinking when I got away that, my God, today I missed it. But finally,
thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
I was just following you up. I know that whenever you wake up in the morning, then I'll try to again, request you to be for some time. And it has been a great session. It's like, the way it was coordinated by Hitesh and also by all the panelists, the way they have put forward the points to connect with the new generation. It was amazing. I really enjoyed the whole session. And sir, thank you very much for being here. I know that you are tired because the jet lag, lag, and you just wake up in the morning. I tried to convince you so that we can have, because this is a very interesting panel. All the panelists have really, done wonderful job in their career, and the way they have interacted with the student is going to be a great relationship with IIM Jammu. I've already requested all of them, whenever they get time, whatever way they want to come forward and contribute in our curriculum, contribute in our, in terms of interaction, they're most welcome. They can, anytime, come down to Jammu or Srinagar, and they can use our facility. They can be with us. We'll be very privileged to have them here in our campus. Thank you very much, everyone. We are going to start the next session also, sir, and it's very good time where you can connect with both the panelists. The panel one we have completed. We are going to start the panel 2. So thank you very much, sir, for your gesture, and wish you a very good trip to Spain, and be comfortable, sir. Be safe. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy.
On this note, I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their expertise with us. We took note with great interest of your valuable intervention. We have learned so much in the time we have been here and gained a lot of insights from you. We would also like to thank our audience for making it an enriching discussion. We look forward to continue beyond this event, the very stimulating and instructive exchange of ideas we had to do. We request our participants to stay put, as the second panel discussion will commence shortly and is equally promising. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everyone. We'll now begin with the second panel of the day. The panelists have already joined. Welcome all of you. A very warm good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear panelists, esteemed guests, and fellow students. On behalf of all the students and faculty members of IIM Jammu today, my batchmate Mohinish Mangalam and I, Simran Malik, welcome you to the second panel discussion of HR Conclave 4.0, a platform for HR industry experts and practitioners to share their knowledge about overcoming challenges in today's dynamic world. The HRC aims at integrating the experiences and learnings of today's leaders to help build future HR professionals.
As is aptly said, to win the marketplace, you must first win the workplace. Today, IIM Jammu welcomes all the prominent human resource executives who have been winning in the workplace for several years now. We feel delighted to have you all here for our HR Conclave 4.0, enlightening us on our theme. The theme for this edition, Dare to Disrupt, is carefully crafted to remind everyone that the practices followed in the industry today were once a disruption to the pre-established status quo. What are today referred to as traditional practices were once contemporary and were introduced by someone which the industry gradually accepted. Through this theme, we aim to address the traditional aspects of the industry and emphasize the underlying impediments to their transition into contemporary ones. We have 7 esteemed HR professionals from the industry here with us today to enlighten us with their views and perspectives rooting from their vast experience. To that end, we present you the topic for the second panel of discussion.
The topic for the second panel discussion today is gig economy, building a robust workforce with inclusive HR frameworks. A gig economy challenges the traditional economy of full-time workers and opens the doors for temporary and flexible jobs for independent contractors and freelancers. It is one of the emerging trends that has quickly become a reality. Although there are risks involved in relying on short-term contractors, the vast majority of gig workforces do offer advantages to companies whose business models can accommodate or even thrive with ever-changing personnel. Gig workers need to have a positive experience at a company that they can reflect on. This enables them to act as ambassadors for the organization and brand while they are active as well as when they are inactive. Given the onset of the pandemic, the pressing nature of this agenda warrants a thought-provoking discussion. We would like to take the honor to introduce our eminent speakers for the day.
Our session chair and keynote speaker for the second panel is Mr. Pradipta Sahu, Advisor to the Board Bank of India and CHRO Pragati Finserv. Mr. Sahu has been heading HR and training for more than 1.5 decades in various sectors like BFSI, retail, ITS industry. Sir has been a leader in driving change management, customized EVP, employer branding, HR automation, and leadership hiring. Sir has taken various leadership roles at Reliance Retail, Bharti AXA General Insurance, KFin Technologies Private Limited, ICICI Lombard General Insurance Co. Limited, Bank of Baroda, Vijaya Bank, and Suryoday Small Finance Bank Limited. At present, Sir is an HR consultant and advisor to the steering committee of the Board of Bank of India. Sir has also been a thought leader at various business schools and industry forums. Our other panel members are
Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, Senior Vice President HR, Johnson Control Hitachi India Limited. Mr. Verma specializes in HR functions such as competencies, productivity, talent management, key business HR initiatives, change management, and strategic HR. Sir has a total experience of over 15 years serving in leader HR positions in the industry. He has also shown his presence in Niger Tractors, Taffy Limited, Hitachi Home Life Solutions Limited, and Microink as well.
Ms. Konika Chadda, Head of Professional Search India at Conclave. Ms. Chadda is responsible for developing and growing the business through client acquisition, engagement, and delivery. In her current role, she leads the professional search business for Conclave, facilitating team building across functions. With over 14 years of accomplished experience in the field of talent acquisition across all levels in different sectors, she has had extensive experience with leading organizations like ICICI Prudential, American Express, GE, and Bharti Airtel Limited.
Mr. Shubham Tripathi is a Senior Human Resources Manager at Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited, with an experience of nearly 14 years in the industry across human resource management in the areas of recruitment and selection, human resource systems, resource development, employee relations, administration, and client management. Mr. Tripathi has helped transform hiring by leveraging AI, ML, IQ bot, chatbot, RPA. He has been a keen communicator with the ability to relate to people across all hierarchical levels in the organization.
Mr. Arun Thoyamani, Director HR Transformation, APAC for Sodexo. Mr. Thoyamani has over 18 years of experience working in various facets of HR. He has global exposure and worked in various countries outside India, including the US, Mexico, the UK, and China. He has worked with large corporations like Infosys and Microsoft before joining Sodexo. At Sodexo APAC, he heads the HR transformations, which has over 80,000 employees. He is a LinkedIn Talent Connect and Tycon speaker and an active member of various HR forums and startup communities.
Dr. Natwar Kader. Dr. Natwar is seasoned human resource professional and an impactful leader with a versatile experience of 14 plus years in the field of human resources. Presently, he is Head Center of Expertise and Corporate HR, People Strategy at Hyundai Motor India. With his deep understanding of auto industry in general and Hyundai Motor India in specific, he has created an excellent value proposition in all the roles he has played so far. Strategic planning and policies, talent management, change management, organization development, talent acquisition, employee engagement, manpower management, employee industrial relations, and culture management. He received the Best Employer Award from Government of India Board for Best Practices and Management of Apprentices in the year 2014. Some more awards include Young HR Manager Award by Chroma HR Fraternity and Young HR Leader by FICCI India. I would like to take the honor of congratulating Mr. Natwar for the completion of his PhD degree in Business Management. Other than his professional career, Mr. Natwar is a passionate orator who enjoys spending quality time with young students fraternity.
Dr. Shashikant, Associate Director, HR, Flipkart. Dr. Shashikant is an experienced executive with a history of working in the manufacturing industry. He is highly skilled in managing industrial relations, negotiations with unions and associations, legal compliances, contract labor management, employee engagement, and requirement analysis. He also has a teaching experience of over 250 hours from his past stint at BHEL and used to teach HR and OB related topics. His leisure time activities include drawing, reading,
We are
and
grateful to
nature,
everyone.
trekking in the Himalayas. Alongside these, he is also a sports enthusiast and has been a winner at several sports meets.
We are grateful to everyone for joining us on this momentous occasion. For an in-depth discussion on this topic, we would request you to take on the virtual stage. Thank you. The stage is yours now. I would request Mr. Pradipta Sahu to please come forward and take the stage.
I think sir is on mute or is not audible.
Pradipta sir, we cannot hear you. Although you are unmuted, but still we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear now.
Yeah. So thanks. I am Janu and the students for this honor of joining this panel discussion. It's a very relevant topic. What makes the panel special is we have got leaders from disparate industries. We have people from manufacturing, from entertainment, from executive search, from retail industries. So I'm sure it is going to be a good discussion. This gig economy is a recent phenomenon. While contract employees, temporary employees had been there since the time the industrial revolution started. Because of digitalization and other things, this has become a recent phenomenon. And we see it is impacting us in every walk of our life. They say that in the next 1.5 years, the total economy is going to become $455 billion, out of which majority, of course, is coming from the transport industry. Why it is happening? Because there is more digitalization, which are the enablers. But the biggest enabler for this to happen is because of the societal change, the attitude of the new generation towards work, towards life, the priorities is changing. Plus, it helps the organization to be manage workforce management in a better manner. Plus, people are becoming more secure. There used to be a time where people used to seek a job which will give them lifetime security, but now people are independent, secure, and it's a buyer's market, the employees market, where they dictate their own terms. So these are the few changes which makes gig economy a accepted fact today. But there will be challenges, several challenges, how we manage coexistence of so-called permanent employees and gig employees, gig workers. So how do we check their aspiration levels? How do we see that the customer experience is not impacted by the short-term nature of the employment of these gig workers? How we get them aligned to the organizational culture? These are the few issues we'll be addressing. By taking viewpoints of my colleagues. So we'll start with Dr. Notworth from Hyundai, one of the best employers from the manufacturing industry, one of the best MNCs. They have made a niche in their segment of transport vehicles. Now, Dr. Notworth, manufacturing industry has been using contract labor since the inception, and traditionally they have been using it for cost-saving purpose. But today, the gig workers can not only replace the blue-collar workers, but white-collar workers also, skilled workers also. And the dynamics will change. We have seen automobile industry has some amount of violence also because of engagement of contractual employees. Now with gig workers coming in and the new mindset change in the workforce generation, how do you see it is going to change the entire scenario in the manufacturing industry? Your thoughts and how you are going to manage the aspirations of the gig workers, how you are going to ensure that they coexist and they are aligned to the values. Dr. Notworth.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm just getting vibration of my own. Okay, well, thank you so much, IM team. I'm getting echo. Is it only to me? Is it to everybody?
Yeah, it is loud and clear.
I'm getting echo sound. So, okay, great. It's not there. So thank you so much for having me here. Well, I joined a little early, and where I'm getting the echo of it. Can others go on a mute, please? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. Well, I joined it little early when scheduled to join at 12:30. So I was listening to the director's speech right from the Spain, which he was talking about. Great to see you, Bodhi. Been to Jammu, haven't been to Kashmir, so really cannot speak about it. But I know it's a really dream world to be placed with, and there'll be no other place to get educated there, right there. So I love to really visit that place one point of time. Well, I also wanted to put on record very clear. The cost of the milk is precisely 40 rupees to 50 rupees to go up to 60 rupees. And it turns out to 500 to 600 rupees when it becomes a butter, right? So you guys are actually doing a fantastic job in churning out that milk to a butter. When I mean to that is you're turning those students who comes in a raw and turning them in a glory and a shiny, and when they join the organization, they start performing. Well, I'm not saying here on a philosophical point of view, because we just hired one guy from IIM Jammu, and his name is Mohit, and is doing a fantastic job for us. So that's kudos to the director and his team who are doing fantastic job in making this all our diamonds. And the great things to the placement coordinator or director, Rajni, he's been doing a fantastic, been associated with us a pretty long time. So thank you for having me here. Well, before I move on to question, I thought let me set some context on the gig economy, which I felt it from my perspective. Well, I think gig economy is something not new. It's been always there in India for a pretty long time. I'll tell that in a form of story. Let's put there are three people, Rajesh, Mahesh, and Suresh. Okay. Rajesh is the one who is working in the organization, goes to office in the morning, is part of the rules, norms, regulations, being given an appointment letter, works with the organization, works for 30 days, 8 hours of jobs, and gets the pay at the end of the year. He gets appraised, he gets recognized. There are a lot of policies, norms, which he has to follow it. There are a lot of medical insurance. If he gets sick, he gets covered for a medical insurance with an organization. So he's precisely a permanent employee, part of a formal organized sector. Now let's talk about Mahesh. Mahesh is none other than one person who's standing right in the door, right in the corner of the streets. Every morning he comes there and sits. And he's a guy who's a good in plumber. Sits there and wait if somebody is looking for a plumber job. Anybody who has a job at his home at a plumber work comes there, talk to him, fix him for a job. He comes there, does the job, and goes. This is how he has been doing there for a very long time. Now let's talk about Suresh. Suresh is a guy who is from the he's a niche guy who has always worked with, who's an expertise, but don't fit to work in a permanent structure. He feels that that's not his taste. So he was to also have a blend of what Rajesh and Mahesh both are doing it. So what Suresh actually does it, he works for a white collar, but the only thing is he works in the way how Mahesh works. So waits for demands to come, people to come and talk to him, and he's ready to work. And he actually builds website for people. He's a technical guy. Whenever job comes, he does that. Now, gig economy is not new. It's been there for ages. What I'm trying to talk, I'm sure all of us are actually experienced it. So we just have a digital platform being attached to it. We have a formal legislation being brought. That's all. It's all been there for a pretty long time. It's just that when we stop looking at the environment around us, and suddenly somebody talks and we are talking about it. But no doubt the gig economy, the way it has brought a significant change in managing the gig economy, has seen a paradigm change. And this is going to disrupt the way the organization are working. Well, if I have to define gig economy, I will do it in a three simple definition. One, it's on demand, an individual working on demand basis. Two, he works on a time-oriented or a particular task. Three, he has a flexibility, an option to choose when he wants to work or probably deny to work. Okay, so it's a very simple way I have defined the gig economy. So what are we hitting down? We are talking about 90 million jobs, part of the gig economy today, contributing about 1.25 of the GDP. And that's precisely because large segment of the GDP comes from a very unorganized sector. So we still don't have data in place to perfectly tell what contribution does this causing to, impacting to the overall GDP. Well, if I have to cluster it, we still have skilled, semi-skilled, shared services. We have bunch of segment of people working in the gig economy today. But larger segment comes from an unskilled job, which probably were never getting a limelight, and suddenly part of the gig economy are being recognized in a kind of forum. Now, let me tell you one thing, that had Ubers, Swiggy, Zomatos would have not come, I think would have still evolved into a gig economy, would have still got a formal structure, but that the pace in which it would have gotten, it would have taken a little time. And thanks to actually the pandemic, a pandemic brought a significant change in the way we are working. If Swiggy's and Zomatos would have not been there, I'm sure we would have really not enjoyed a relish to the food which is being delivered. But let's look at from the individual point of view. Okay, for example, and I'm on a person who's not getting a job but still have a BCom degree. And what do? I can just be a partner with Swiggy and Zomato. So what I'm actually seeing a disruption right in the bottom of the layer is the lower layer income is getting now formalized job structures being, it's being created for them. And this is absolutely shaping it. But the question is the gig economy is a primary source of income or a secondary source of income? Well, to a large extent in the entire world, gig economy contributes to the secondary source of income. That means a person is already bringing some bread and butter to the house, or he's doing a primary job, but on a secondary he does this as well, which is contributing to. But if I see how much of gig economy is a primary jobs, then I see India is probably on a second stand, because we have a larger lower income group, and that's about 8 to 10% of this workforce are having their primary income from this gig economy. So this is, yes, indeed seeing a larger difference in the way it has to be worked. Now let us example how the gig economy will actually prevail into work. Today we are talking about contract, apprentice, trainees. Let me now boil down to a manufacturing point of view. When a car is actually made, you have thousands of parts, but I'm sure not all of them are made inside the organization. They are made in layers of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And there is while the permanent workforce proportionate is about 20 to 30% or 40%, but to larger extent, you agree or disagree, about 60% of the workforce are flexi. Okay, this is how actually really it works. So this flexi workforce are under contract laws, or either they are apprentice trainees, now you have NEEM trainees and so on. But this gig economy, will it change the manufacturing? Yes, I think, yes, indeed it will. While government formally endorsing the gig economy fixed term contracts, I think what will actually do away with that, you will see even in the traditional companies like manufacturing will have employees joining to you on a project basis. They work for a particular line, or they work for 6 months, 2 months, depends. So you will have a huge number of people taking up a choice of a job in blue collar as well. When we talk about blue collar, you can understand the white collar. I have a job of, let's say, a particular project, it's for 3 months. Why should I hire a permanent worker? I just need to hire a professional guy who is expertise in that. I give a project for 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, and my job is done. So the entire thing is going to shape. I'm talking about a very conventional company or traditional sectors. Manufacturing in doing this, then you can understand how the other organization will prevail into. So if I have to cluster into future skills, professionals will actually be part of the entire gig economy. I see often on the various advertisements, you be anywhere, you're a maths teacher, you're working in the school, coming back, what you actually do, you associate yourself with an aggregator, and then you provide as a tutor to anywhere sitting a student in the world. So that's actually a gig economy. He's doing a secondary income as well. Now, moderate skills are nothing but data entry operators, which you have in your organization. Some are permanent, some are on contract. But you may not have data entry all over the year. So you can have people working, this moderate skill people come down, do a data entry in terms of project and go away. Well, semi-skilled people like domestic help, their drivers and so on, they will evolve into. The big disruption will happen in India is where students will actually get their pocket money through through the gig economy as well. They'll be actually, after working, they can actually earn through a various jobs which will come as part of the gig economy, project-based, telecallers. There's endless job which you there right now in the forum. Well, I also see the aspiring mechanics, carpenters, which urban actually disrupted the way they work. And just imagine the same Mahesh who was sitting in the corner of the street. Now it does not. Has a mobile, gets an entry, goes and does the job. He declines the job when he don't needed it. So the whole sector will actually change. While it's all seeing a prospective changes, I also seeing a challenges coming into it. Let's be very clear that we really don't have labor framework being very clear for them. So we are talking about their medical benefits. Are we talking about the laws to protect it? Okay. I'm echoing again. Can somebody mute, please? Okay, thank you. So the whole challenge, what I see here is that let's understand a permanent worker actually gets covered with various laws, but there are medical, there are a lot of things which people actually realized it, the importance of medical coverage or insurance or social security per se in the COVID times really took a main center stage. But let's understand who is actually taking care of the gig economy. I'm sure organizations have come forward and brought a lot of changes, but in a larger extent, it is still not. It is still see a lot of color into it and a lot of maturity to go into it. Just understand one of your delivery partner who dies right on the street in their accident. So do we have covered laws to protect his, from the law point of view, from the policy point of view? I think there is huge disruption is still to happen. But yes, I think as a student, you guys have really been blessed to be in the stage where the entire thing is disrupting, right? So we are actually talking about future of work. Their entire workplace and a workforce is going to go big disruptions. While work, you will be sitting in the office, on and off of the office and completely remote. So the future work models will evolve into your workforce need to get into a lot of digital literacy, reskilling, and your workforce precisely per se will get into a lot of gig economy, project-based system contracts. So you're not actually dealing with permanent workforce, your appointment letters. So as an HR professionals, which you all are going to go, I think you will be dealing with a lot of challenges. Understand when there is a lot of flexibility in the system, it comes with a lot of complications. So how are you going to appraise, how are you going to measure the performance, productivity of a person who's in the gig economy, who's in a fixed term or a project-based contract? So there are many things has to be done. And I think when you guys would be formally graduating and coming into the organization, this system would be a little more matured and you will see the big, I mean, you will have to learn a lot. You will be in the great opportunity platform. And I think what we way back days learned it, I think it stands nullified at this point. So we will have to learn from you. I always state that in all my conversations that I don't have concerns with my peer group or my seniors. I have no complex with them, but I definitely scared for the generation who's coming now because they really know future of work. They understand what is going to happen in the market, and the knowledge has been there right in their fingertips in a fractions of a second. So they're learning at the disruption stage. So let me tell you, I like the concept of dare to disrupt, which is fantastic. But I think you are not just there to disrupt, you are standing right in front of it and disrupting it. So yes, again, going back to the topic, it's a fantastic thing to talk about. I think a couple of minutes is not short. I mean, it will be very short to talk about it. But I just wanted to tell you one simple thing, be it a manufacturing, IT or anywhere else, while there be a process about the gig economy, you will have to be equally ready to deal with this from the policy point of view, from the social security point of view, and from the ER point of view. You never know if this people goes for a strike, your entire supply chain will come to a halt. So are you ready with that? Anything which you want to do, any fruit you want to enjoy, it comes with its own challenges. So be prepared with it. And that's how the world works. Thank you so much. This is from me. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Natwar. You have rightly said that vis-a-vis earlier today, you can become a gig worker, unlike earlier by need, it can be by choice. So there is one point which you have brought out is about flexibility, which this gig role provides to the service provider. Now the question comes whether this flexibility is going to be a challenge for the organization from a workforce planning perspective. So my question is to now Arun. Arun, Sodexo engages a lot of, has got a possibility of several workers on a gig basis. There will be several frontline workers who are into customer service, and many organizations, their service delivery depends on the service delivery by Sodexo. Now, what are the challenges you foresee when these gig workers, they see flexibility as a boon? And they want to work. I know Sodexo has got a policy where people can choose to work any location, some very high level flexibility which it provides, once Pradeep Chawda was telling me. Now, how do you see this limitation can be overcome by some talent management practices and make this a better business model? Over to you, Arun.
Thank you, Pradeep. I think it's again echoing.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thanks. So I think it's a very interesting question, and it's a very important topic in today's world. I'll just give a context about what Sodexo does. And you're absolutely right, Pradeep. Today we do have two kinds of people. We have the blue collar and then the white collar. Of course, Sodexo employs over 80,000 people in a pack. And we have formulated policies which can actually enable the gig workers, both in white collar and in blue collar. Of course, we are also learning through the whole journey. First and foremost, of course, gig economy, it is beneficial, and then we need to see the difference of benefits. It was difficult 3 years before when we started implementing it across countries. Specifically, we started in Singapore and then in China, then in India. That's how the journey came in from a transformation standpoint. The understanding was how does it benefit the business, right? We look at aspects of helping the business leaders understand that this is the future of work, and this is how it's going to be, and how we actually can leverage the strength of it. And from an employee or an individual or a gigger, that's what we call from a perspective, how are we able to help them better shape their own destinies, right? They get their career, we are able to get to advantage of the skill set that comes in there. So overall, there are a couple of things that we've done from a talent management perspective that actually helps us today. Yes, we bring in the flexibility because today's workforce will need that flexibility, and thanks to the pandemic, some of the benefits of it is how do we actually reinvent ourselves, right? How do we actually look at the workforce from a different perspective and then help make it more productive overall? The first and foremost in the talent management that we have to do is understanding the job roles that can actually do. So what we have done is we had various interactions with the employees, with the market specialists, with our customers in terms of understanding what are the job roles that we can actually do. If it's for example, we take care of the security elements, right? So if security guard is there, of course, we wanted to have a certain way how we can do. Today, we are actually having gig workers even in the security jobs, but there are certain jobs that we decided that it should not have, and there are certain jobs where we can actually bring in the expertise when it comes to. When it comes to an analytics person or somebody who can actually drive Power BI or some of the overall knowledge-based activities, then we certainly can easily leverage because there is technology, there's a platform that runs behind it. We're able to identify a pool who can come in and do. What we've also changed fundamentally is instead of looking at just employees, we have also started looking at both employees. I mean, basically looked at giggers as our internal employee talent. It helps us fundamentally change to see how we can actually manage the entire talent portfolio when it comes to it. And it starts from the culture of the organizations and then moving forward. The second most important thing is training them, right? So how much we would invest in an internal employee. Today, we pretty much, I wouldn't say the same way, but at least 50 to 60% in the same way that we do. We invest in giving micro trainings in terms of learning and capability so that there is the differentiator of an employee and a gigger actually kind of minimizes when it comes to a common place. And lastly, again, to reiterate on the point, the policies, processes, and philosophies of HR will not be the same. So we'll need to kind of see how we can adapt, and we evolve through it. We have seen the challenges. We keep asking people what we do, how can we make it better? And retention is a key because we see that if a gig worker comes back to us, it is a retention. Unlike in a normal world, when an employee resigns, it's attrition and then retention begins. In a gig worker, we want them to go out and then come back to us. And that's where it kind of shows the highlight of it. So this is my point of view on talent management.
Thanks, Arun. You have told a very vital point, which is the role of which is the requirement of the hour. When the gig economy increases, the organizations might be hesitant to invest in training them. They feel that the gig workers, by definition, they are freelancers. They can be quasi entrepreneurs also. They will get trained and they bring the skill to us and we pay for the skill. Now, organizations may be having a hesitancy in investing in that training, but that hesitancy can be removed when organizations feel that if you train, then the workers, even if they are not working with you subsequently, they go back to a pool and you have got the option of getting back from the pool. It is like being conscious about using water. So I'll be getting water today because my society is able to pay. But think about that scenario where the water is not there, groundwater is depleted, nobody gets. So that is a very beautiful point you have told. Now my next question will go to Subham. Subham, you are from G. So unlike say Sodexo, which use localized gig, he has used a very nice term, gigger, localized gigger. You have got an option of white collar, high skilled, globally employable giggers. Now tell me how the dynamics change. Now, whether there is a COT, you are taking a gigger, while you have got a contract, the contract would not be as strong as a permanent employment contract. Now the contract is more dynamic, more fluid, gives more leverage. So how do you see the dynamics would change because of more prevalence of the giggers? Both in a blue collar and white collar job, and more of the jobs which require very sensitive data, very sensitive skills. So how do you see the potential of better talent management in handling this scenario?
Okay.
Go to you, Subham.
Okay. So firstly, thank you for having me. And I think our earlier two panel members has already described and prescribed how the rotation of gig workforce will be managed across industry, specifically when it comes to media industry. From the initial stage with wherein it is a TV or a newsroom, we always accommodated gig workers not on a very higher stake or a very higher ratio in terms of manpower budgeting or manpower segregation. But yes, gig was always a very integral part of a media industry till the starting, though the keyword has this subjective keyword has come out very late in the industry, and now people are very promptly talking about gig workers. When it comes to media, we always have a pilot projects when it comes to TV, when it comes to shows, or when it comes to newsroom. And we always hire people on a project basis because it provides a very major flexibility in terms of opting their working hours. Because media industry is not 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, it's a 24 hours job. And it's very easy from a person who will opt their comfortable time slot, or let's say their comfortable schedule in terms of working basis their interest and skills. Gig workers always comes with a multi-skill set framework. For example, if I need to implement artificial intelligence, which I already did in a couple of months back, I hired a team of 10 people in Bangalore and they have delivered a project in 5-6 months. And now I am integrating the same set of people to another project which will be driven by robotics process automation. So it's not, so the best part is they can choose, they can opt, they can segregate, they can align themselves in the working hours because we have a time set frame of a period of 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, wherein a time foundation will not be there. At the end of the day, the organization is looking at the delivery of that particular project in a given timeline. That's the first thing. The second thing is gig economy has totally, revolutionized the way people are working. A great autonomy in terms of projects taking, ability in terms of flexibility in terms of work. The best part is job satisfaction. If you are hiring such kind of people with a stipulated time frame, with a very defined and defined skills, there is 100% job satisfaction, which is directly proportionate to the delivery of that particular project. Be it TV, be it newsroom, we always hire people with a 2 to 6 months or 3 to 6 months of project when they can come, they can happily deliver and apparently align to a parallel project which will be coming in once the current project will get delivered. We always do a very specific learning and talent management cycle for these gig workers, because out of the entire lot, maybe 100% will not fit, but there are always a jump of 50% or let's say 60% which will be futurely aligned in multiple projects altogether. So we are doing this exercise till the starting for each and every project, for each and every cycle, let's say a quarter or a half year, yearly. We always rotate a talent management cycle also in terms of finding the best person of our futuristic projects. So TV industry and media industry was always very apt in terms of collaborating or engaging these gig workers in the industry. We are still mapping this exercise, because media whatever manpower budgeting we do at the starting of the year, we always have a set frame of percentage that okay, this will go to a permanent hiring and this will go to laborers, contractors, or let's say a freelancers or a project owners altogether. So we always have a segregation in terms of percentage, in terms of hiring. So that's my answer for you.
Thanks, Shubham. My next question is to Konika. Konika, since you are into executive search, so I'm sure you'll be deeply engrossed into selling the EVP to get the best of the talent. So I have two questions for you. Question one: so how do the organizations prepare a custom-made or tailor-made or a EVP which is more suitable to the gig workers, the flexi workers? So what are the things they should do? That is first part. Second part is freelancer. So every role requires some loyalty. Do you believe that freelancer loyalty is an oxymoron? So if it is not, then how do we ensure the loyalty among the gig workers or the freelancers or the giggers, as Arun told it? Over to you, Kanika.
Thank you so much for actually asking some questions which are probably very burning topics, and everybody's trying to probably look answers for a couple of them. And loyalty, I think, in today's time, I think I'll be very conscious about it, but I think the definition of loyalty is changing, sir, and you would know from, I remember starting my career and seeing that if somebody and given, it's a GE and American Express DNA from an HR standpoint, stability and loyalty were very, very important facets. And that would translate into 7 years, 6 years, at least with an organization. And in today's definition, it's becoming maximum. Today, having spent 9 years here with almost Conferi now, I have seen how this whole perspective on loyalty and stability, etc., has been changing. So coming to your questions, first of all, on the EVP part of it, I think had you asked this question about 2.5 years back, probably it would have been very difficult to give that answer. Simple reason, because there was very low acceptance in the corporate world in white-collar jobs to really attract people. But obviously it was growing, the gig economy was growing. I think what has happened is pandemic has only just given it that impetus, because there was no choice left but to go digitized in terms of how we are working today. To the extent, let me just kind of bounce something off you guys, and probably you guys are still students, so it'll be worthwhile for you to do it. Do you know now the new name which is coming for gig economy is actually platform economy? It's become so private equity world in terms of how some of these organizations should really start up. So I'm going to just step back before I answer that EVP for you. Today, there are 3 sets of sectors which is actually working towards, first of all, the white collar gig jobs. if I may put it like that. And I'm just doing this to give you an overarching perspective on, where it is, because today we hear more blue collar jobs till now in terms of gig. Number one, which rules the whole world today in terms of gig jobs, is the startup space. Where to your point, there are also shared CXOs. So maybe a startup cannot afford a CEO right now. So what the CEO really does is, though it's an extremely important role, not advisable, but there is an investor, and I personally know of 4 or 5 of them. They're actually sitting on 4 organizations doing 4 different things and giving them direction. There is one travel business, there is a polymer business, and then there is a third business which is coming in retail. Nothing really talking, but they're using a technology or a platform in order to increase the business and riding on that scale, on that entrepreneurial talent, and ensuring the person is probably dividing time as a investor and doing this. So the startup space is just an example. They're doing a lot of this, and even at the other mid management and project management levels. There are certain roles which obviously cannot become outsourced or temporary or contract based, but there are project management. So when I say project management, today we are seeing there is an explosion in terms of developers and architects, etc. From a technology standpoint, a lot of them are making those consortiums, and they're saying, okay, let's just kind of make a hub. Let's feed that in, have those 6-month, 12-month contract for a particular skill, and then kind of use it across the sector. The second is the medium, mid, and small scale enterprises, typically, which are there. I think for them it's been a boom and a boon altogether, because suddenly there were certain kind of jobs they were not very sure about. But now they want to put it into a consulting space. So I've had some pharma companies who are wanting to come into India, who've been like, for example, just present from a distribution standpoint. They've never really had an office here. And they're asking about questions. Can we have like a 1-year contract with somebody who, drives the business, kind of sets it? We get to know what the Indian market is all about, and then let's kind of take it to the next level. The third category is your traditional larger economy, companies which are there. Now there it's probably more structured, and to your point, more complex when we are designing these employee value propositions to attract people, because traditionally they have not worked like that, and the organizations are so far big and complex that for them to make change management needs a lot of time and too many levers to make those changes in the framework. Now, in the startup and mid, especially the startup space, I think they pitch their culture as well as, how they define their workplace itself in their employee value proposition is about flexibility. It is about being able to do more. I know organizations which are talking about today 70% of their jobs being totally remote. They never want to open an office. So to large extent, this has become a job which is more, where jobs were earlier defined more by geography. Today, geography doesn't play a role anymore. So they could be sitting there and alongside, they say, okay, you do a 1-year program. And if you do this, and to your point, I'll bake in the loyalty piece as well. The contracts are defined in such a way that if you, achieve a certain target, we increase, let's say, that pay scale, or give you some kind of benefits to ensure that there is longevity in terms of the person being hooked onto that organization if the person is good. So there's too much happening. We are in a very dynamic world. We are learning, we are growing, we'll make mistakes, we learn from these mistakes. But I think it's a very, very exciting time, because I think earlier everybody's been saying, I don't think I ever had a choice like that. And there's a diversity angle to it where maybe, we can talk about that later, but it's a huge impetus to women who want to come back to work. So why can't we make that in a value proposition where some of the women who never wanted to do full-time jobs come back to work. So it's a very big pull factor for even balancing that equation on diversity today. And I work with certain enterprises and forums on this, and believe you me, it's working wonders today. So I think I'll wrap it up there.
Thanks, Konika. I would like to correct myself. So I actually meant commitment, not loyalty, which is tenure neutral. So commitment is tenure neutral. So loyalty is tenure dependent. So I'm sorry, I confused you with my question. Now with commitment comes accountability. Now you talked about benefits to gig workers, and benefits can be tangible, can be intangible. Now, mostly gig workers are given tangible benefits. Intangible benefits are till date reserved only for permanent employees. Now, I'll come back to you. I would request you to just, I'll go to our next panelist. I'll ask this question to Sanjay from Johnson Control Hitachi. Tell me how you can frame suitable intangibles for the gig workers so that they stay with us. And I'll also go back to Arun's statement where he says that because Sodexo has got say 80,000 employees, so you have got the luxury of having a big pool from which even if 10% are not available, the others can be the work can be managed by pulling from the last pool. It is not possible. Workforce management becomes still much more difficult when we deal with a smaller pool, say smaller companies. Now, Konika is talking about startups. Startups would be having say 5 employees. Now you have got a shared CFO. So now shared CFO says that, okay, I nullify my contract, I don't have a commitment, I move on. So how do you manage such situations? So not necessarily confining yourself to a large company like Johnson Control Hitachi, but from a startups perspective. Over to you, Sanjay.
Yeah, thank you, Pradipta. Very interesting question. And let me give the background of the setup that I work with company which makes air conditioners, air conditioners. And it's a very classical company having a plant, having field operations, service network. So all the aspects of manpower, types of people. We have contract workers, we have permanent workers, service technicians, sales people. Everybody is there in the organization. Now, I really got the very good ideas from the speakers, saying that it is a very challenging, and I really agree with it because in each front we are seeing those challenges. Now, the basic reason for us, go for such kind of flexibility is because we are a seasonal product. We have a seasonal product. Air conditioner is a seasonal product. So we have very heavy load during the summer season and very less load. So there is a lot of swing. It's not a linear thing. Now, as a result, what happens, we have to have a lot of flexibility in our workforce planning because we cannot have same number of people working for the output which varies from 20% to 80% between off-season and season. Now, how do we manage that? So a large portion of our, like suppose we have total 5,000 people working for us, out of that 3,500 are working on contract. Now, that is also a typical contract. It's not actually in the real form of a gig worker form, but the management requirement is similar, Now, in terms of benefits, or I would also extend it to in terms of how do we take care of such people. And we have started in a small way, hiring this kind of a temp manning, which is very, very flexible manpower. So areas where like when we do the service, so there are franchises, there are contractors who provide the service for the air conditioners. And they have the absolute flexibility to do, as per their timelines. In design, we have a global design center. So we have, very senior people also working on software, IoT, and such applications who are working like consultants. And, it was very difficult earlier to believe that a senior design person will be working like a consultant for the company. So this is like, basically wherever possible, if you can outsource or if you can have the flexibility, you go for it. So it's a good business model which helps the organization to become very cost efficient and also be dynamic. Now, in terms of benefits management, we have to be very careful, and we have to be really, looking all the people who are working in any form with the organization as employees. Our organization policies are very clear. So if any compliance issue is occurring at any place by any of the type of employee, even if it is a third-party employee or a contract or a contractor, a consultant, anybody, the brand is involved. So we have to be careful that in terms of compliances, the audit function takes care of the compliances at this level of people also, employees also. So our legal processes, HR processes have to be very careful in terms of we cannot disown this responsibility. If anything happens or if any non-compliance happens, we are finally responsible. In terms of benefits, we ensure that at least the medical benefits, the mediclaim benefits are covered. They are covered. It is very important. So, the policies can differ, but we insist when we deal with our third-party vendors who provide the manpower to us, we definitely negotiate with them and ensure that the mediclaim is taken care, because this is the bare minimum necessity for all people who work either in field or factory or anywhere. In terms of development, which is also an intangible benefit, we do a lot of training for the frontline people, either they are in the field or in the plant, because particularly in field, the contractors who are doing the final, product execution, they become the face of the organization. So those, service providers or the contractors, they represent the brand, and the customer satisfaction comes from that. So we have 4 training centers in the field in all the metros, which takes care of almost 10,000 people get trained in a year who are not our direct employees. And we keep on giving them all types of technical know-how as well as the values that they need to present when they are representing the brand to the customers. So in terms of taking care of the employees' health, their medical issues, in terms of development, we have a very holistic approach, so that end of the day, the philosophy is that anybody who is working for the organization in any form is by and large like a same employee, whether it is a permanent contract or contractor or temp. So this is the philosophy, and we go really, the challenge for HR becomes how do we ensure this is driven down to the last mile, because many times they are not under direct control, but then finally we cannot not take the responsibility. So we are conscious about it and we keep driving. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjay. So going back to EVP, as you rightly told, you go to the walk the last mile. So what the organization do matters, but how they do it and how others perceive what they're doing matters more. So the biggest challenge which the organizations are facing today and going to face in an increased manner in the near future is availability of the right talent for various jobs, because technology is changing very fast. So that requires an amount of training, and the organization should train based on the requirement by not thinking that the person, without the apprehension that the person might leave me. So as I told some time back, and Arun had also told that we should be investing in that training. That is one thing. Second thing is when the gig work started, the temp working started, every HR, every organization wants the right person at the right time, with the right skill, but at the right cost. Now, coming back to Konika, who says that there are CXOs who are part-timely used by a CFO, would be doing a CFO's job for only 50%, less than 50% time. The rest of the time, he would be doing the job of an account head or something which the person at a lesser salary and a different skill set can definitely handle. So, which is taken care of by this gig model. Now I'll come back to Dr. Sashikant. I deliberately wanted to come back to him last because he's working with Flipkart, which has got the possibility of using gig workers the maximum. And second thing, I saw that he's into ER and IR. So I am tempted to ask him a few questions, which he should guide us. First question, that in the Social Security Code, for the first time, the government recognizes the gig workers and the platform workers, and makes them entitled for several social security benefits, which are hitherto till date were allowed only to permanent employees. For example, I think gratuity also be allowed irrespective of the person whether he has sort of 5 years. 5 years is a strict no-no when it comes to gig workers. So social security benefits. Then there is a provision where they are having a fund which the organizations, the aggregators will be contributing, say 5% of the total staff cost or 2% of their revenue, so that fund is used to develop the gig workers. So these are very novel ideas, and I am sure there will be several things which I might not be knowing. My request to Dr. Sashikant is to tell us what are the new things which are happening from the government and what are the things which are being done by organizations like Flipkart to develop the gig workforce for the overall benefit of the employee base as well as the industry. Over to you, Dr. Sashikant.
Thank you, Pradeep sir. So I will not take much time because many of the people have already read so many things about gig workforce. Especially, I have seen diverse knowledge and awareness about gig workforce. So the first thing that you have talked, the question that you have put it on me is regarding the inclusion of gig workforce or inclusion of like platform worker as a definition code of social security. So that definition has been inbuilt, but what exactly happened, that definition has not been made as a part of code of wages and some other code like occupational safety as well as IR. And so still they are limited protection in the law, where the law say we need to ensure all those statutory benefits normally which we give them in a traditional employer-employee relationship. But for sure, for the first time, the government has tried to inbuild one particular provision where they have inbuilt the definition of gig workforce, or let's say platform worker for the first time, as well as the aggregator, which was not there initially. And at the same time, government has already thinking about like they need to create a national security, social security fund. But there are some certain modalities which require to be defined by the government, which is not clear right now. So, but at the same time, sustainability of any gig workforce model maybe you are hiring white collar employer, or you are maybe onboarding some certain blue collar gig workforce. So you need to ensure the basic legalities around it. Okay, so like I keep telling that you may be an HR analytics, you may be an HR BP, but you need to understand the fundamental role of an HR. So you need to ensure that what legalities you have surrounded around these people. So you might call gig workforce an independent contractor. You may call them as a freelancer. You may call them an online platform worker. You can call them even independent consultant. But for the law or for fundamental definition, if you try to read out from many researchers, we have done so many thoroughly research. Like Friedman in 2014 had done some certain research on defining this gig workforce, and then there another researcher called Donovan in 2016. He defined gig workforce, and then there are many concepts which evolved because of this COVID situation. Like people are talking about the new model which is emerging right now in organizations, that is called liquid workforce concept. So people would like to have a freedom, especially I was hearing some of the concept that they were telling people were talking about Gen Z and Gen Y. So people are talking about freedom to work at any point of time, freedom to sit at any place, and they want that complete flexibility with them, along with their time and their hour of work that they would like to put in a particular job. Like similarly, for an organization, you need to be very sure where gig workforce required to be placed. It should not be like that. Okay, there's a gig workforce which is in trending right now, so you just inbuild gig workforce in every part of your organization. So I work for some of the traditional organizations like BHL, which is the government PSU. Then I work for Maruti Suzuki, which is like a Hyundai plant where we have a complete assembly of assembly line, which ensures that every 10 seconds we have a car moving out of our assembly. And in those traditional organizations, it's very difficult to understand we have a gig workforce in blue collar job. So when I entered into Flipkart, and the best surprising part is that I find blue collar job in some of the part. Like we have a complete supply chain, which includes a fulfillment center where we keep our inventory, where we keep the inventory of seller, as well as some certain seller keep putting their inventory in our fulfillment center. Then subsequently we have a middle mile, which we call them a sorting center, which connect to the last mile hubs, which ensures a delivery of the product to the customer. Now, in complete entire supply chain, we need to ensure that where these gig workforce can be suitably fit. So as of now, we have find out and figure out the gig workforce right now is put it in the last mile. So we will find many freelancer or many kirana store has been put as an independent contractor as a part of our last mile operations, where they are giving us a support. And initially that percentage was very less, around 10%, but later on the kind of flexibility we got, because of we don't have a fixed sale which keep coming, or fixed demand which keep coming every time. So it's all depends on consumer mindset, the fluctuation we keep having over the period of 12 months. So basis on that, we keep hiring these gig workforce as an independent consultant through some certain partner, as well as the company sometimes partner with some certain kirana which work as an independent. You can call them as a contractor as well as an entrepreneur, okay, which keep ensuring delivery to the last mile. But at the same time, ensuring that whatever gig workforce you're telling, you have a suitable legal arrangement in order, which talks about that you have a exclusivity in your contract service agreement. At the same time, you are not controlling the employment of that particular person. A particular person is being called as a gig workforce, he needs to be treated as a freelancer. You cannot have you just cannot change the pocket, just cannot change your pocket from one side to the other side, just label it as a gig workforce. So you need to be very careful, otherwise you will unnecessarily land into legal trouble. And similarly, the kind of, like you have talked about in one of the things, that what kind of reward or recognition you can keep for them. So even then, as an employer, as a service taker, and you are putting them as a service provider to you as an independent consultant, and you want to reward them, recognize for their effort. So you need to make sure that whatever policy you're creating, it does not create an employer and employee relationship, otherwise you land up in trouble. You will unnecessarily bring the certain confrontation from certain government authorities unnecessary, where you are doing something and you're putting something on record. Okay, so you need to have a proper documentation, proper arrangement in that way. Further, whatever you are putting as a document, the same thing has to be on the floor. And ultimately, you will have a sustainability of keeping gig workforce in a model. If you treat them in a fairly manner, you should be very transparent in whatever services you're gonna pay. It should not be like you just keep confusing them. Okay, you'll be getting certain benefit like what we are having for our regular employees. They should be made very clear at the time of joining, at the time of onboarding them as an independent consultant or independent contractors. So that's from my side. Over to you, Pradeep sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sashikant. See, I fully agree that documentation is very much required, particularly in a I should not be saying this in a litigant country like India. So you are right. We should be having a mid path between having an employment contract and a commercial contract. So today the gig workers, whatever it's not an employment contract. You can call it a commercial contract. Two, three things which you have brought out, you and Sanjay also: transparency, fairness, and going back to Arun, the training, and going back to Konika, empathy. These are the virtues which should build the pillar of engagement with the gig workers. So how, as all of us, we agree that this shared economy, the shared talent model, taking the talent, we will take the bite which we actually need. And so there has to be an amount of security from the employer side about not losing out the talent, and from the security from the perspective of the employees also, that yes, we are secured as long as our skill sets are relevant. And a combined responsibility from the industry as well as the government to ensure that this workforce is taken care of in terms of training and social security. And I think we are moving in the right direction. So nice discussions. Now I would request any of the panelists, based on the discussion, they might have got some supplementary thoughts. In case any of the panelists, they have got some supplementary thoughts, kindly just put it in a minute or two. After that, we are already running short of time. We'll go out for questions from the students. Over to you, the panelists. Any supplementary thoughts, please put forth.
So, Pradip sir, recently there has been certain changes in the complete ecosystem, the global economy, when we're talking about gig workforce. So, in UK, there was a certain famous case of Uber, where Uber keeps saying that he's an aggregator, where he's aggregating drivers on a particular app, and these people are just like a freelancer. They can come on app anytime, and then they can move at any, and they can log off at any point of time. So we are not controlling their employment. Even then, the Supreme Court of the UK government have ruled out in the favor of those workers, and they were called as a traditional employee of their organization. Even though that doesn't have any implication on our side, but they keep the same thing happen in Spain recently. Okay, in August, I think this happened some certain month of back, where UK government, Spain government has notified rules stating that all these delivery partners has to be ensured that they become a worker of the organization and within the 90 days of. So these things keep coming in different countries because of some certain litigation, certain illegalities, and some certain voices that comes from the ground. Whenever a gig workforce feel like they are being exploited for long working, stretch working hours, they're not being paid fairly, or the proper terms and condition has not been made in the right way with the proper documentation, some kind of rift will keep on happening in certain point of time. The government need to intervene to ensure that outer boundaries being defined. And rather than let government to define the outer boundary, why not an organization define those outer boundaries to ensure the sustainability around it? So we may have n number of independent contractor. We call them as a legal consultant. We may call them as a CXO. We may call them as a blue collar workforce at the same time. But if you're calling them as an independent contract partner, just make sure that whatever work ethics has to be ensured, whatever sustainability has to be built around it, that has to be done, and that has to be incorporated. Otherwise, the complete arrangement will went for a toss at certain point of time.
Thanks, Arun, Konika, Dr. Natwar, Subham and Sanjay. Any supplementary thoughts from your side?
Yeah, I'll just make it one brief point. So, we go with the principle that however you want to treat your customer or your client, treat your employees the same way, the client will see the benefit through that. Now, what we also try to extend it back is however you treat your employee, treat your gig worker also the same way, in whatever level they are, CXO to a blue collar worker, then automatically you'll see the benefit of there's a lot of people wanting to come in rather than anything else. That's what I mean by it.
Thanks. Dr. Natwar, anything from your side? Okay, Subham, anything from your side? Konika ji?
No, I think I would look for. I think let's let the students ask the question.
Yeah, Sanjay.
Yeah, Pradeep, I want to make a point. What is happening is that for HR, as such, it's going to be a challenge, because it may happen in couple of times. This way of employment, the form of employment may be attractive for talent. Like no more limited to only frontline or blue collar. There are senior level talented roles and jobs also. People are getting into this form of employment. Now, a point of concern may be, what happens if a good talent, a top talent of the organization starts moving into, becoming this, it becomes more beneficial to work like a freelancer, maybe earn more money and, also give more value for the, you basically exploit your value fully well in this form of employment. Now, for example, suppose I have a very good guy who is doing recruitment and he is very good in talent acquisition. I am sure he is working for me and delivering results. Now, if in this form of employment he becomes a gig worker and he knows his value and he exploits his value and takes this kind of a thing, I lose a good guy, because end of the day, the flexibility is very high. You can move out anytime. You don't have long-term commitment, likely likelihood of commitment long term is less. Also, how much you will be able to control such movements. So there are HR challenges which will emerge out because the dynamics are shifting like this, and when it becomes very lucrative, very good for people to look at such careers, there will be challenge to retain good talent when you want certain set of roles to continue as permanent roles in the organization. So there are things which needs to be taken care, and we need to be very careful about how it is all emerging, and it is changing so fast. So the speed of change also is something that we need to be very watchful for. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjay ji. Now over to the students. I'm sorry, we have stretched the discussions among ourselves a little far. My apologies. Now over to you, and my request to the host, the organizers, in case you can allow some more time to the students. We're happy to take the questions.
Thank you, sir, and all the panelists. That was a very insightful and enthralling symposium talk about the complexities and opportunities accompanying the growing gig economy. Now we will be having around 15 minutes of Q&A session. Students are requested to raise hands, and if they wish to pose a question to our panelists, their name will be called out and they can unmute themselves to ask the question.
They can also put their questions in the chat box also. We'll try to answer.
Sure, students can do that as well. Yeah, Nikhil, please go ahead with your question.
Yes, good morning, sir, ma'am. So I had a doubt regarding talking about a lot about gig economy and how flexible it is. So how much contribution, I would say, in the Indian context, the difficulty to hire and fire mechanism, like regarding our laws. So how much does that, I would say, point has contributed into the increase of usage of gig workforce in I can say human resource department? Because everybody keeps on saying that India has a very strict laws regarding firing different people, and liabilities for the companies also increases as soon as our workforce reaches a certain specific number of people.
So any specific panelist you want to address the question, Nikhil, or? No,
sir, it is an open question.
Okay, see, hire and fire was a earlier process where there was the dynamics were different. Today, the stress is on retaining the best of the talents, and we are talking about top talent. Now, for the gig economy, the giggers, to quote the word from our own, are by definition short-term employees. So, firing is not required. By the efflux of the contract, the relationship comes to an end. Second, the new code of the OS codes, the labor codes which are coming up, which makes it easier. So the retrenchment limit also has increased to say 300. So Sasikanth can clarify it better. So I don't think the objective of this gig workforce is to make hiring and firing easier. No, it is because today there is a new generation which wants to have work-life balance, work on their own pace. They want to have multiple continuous learning. So this is the societal change. Second is there is a ability to new talent. Now somebody earlier used to get skilled and join a particular role and used to retire there. Now the role might change multiple times depending upon the development of technology. And third is a new business model has come where the service providers are directly connected to the customers, and the companies like Flipkart are becoming intermediaries or aggregators. Aggregators are the word used by the labor code, I think. So this is dynamics which are new dynamics. So I think we are not operating from a fear of that this rule will encourage hire and fire. Rather, it will be creating more opportunities for those who are ready to put forth their services.
So, Nikhil, to answer your question, Professor, I think you will get on note.
Yes,
So, Pradeep, just to fundamentally answer your question, okay, even in IR code, the definition of gig workers is not being included in IR, okay. Similarly, if you go to the definition of workmen in ID Act, so all those protections of like retrenchment, all those things, even layoff, is being mentioned in their ID Act, as well as the same thing is being included in IR code. But anywhere, these particular category has not been included because they're being treated as an independent contractor. So they're just like a independent, like we have a contractor, we have a normal agency with whom we have a service agreement, and they give their services. At the same time, they will get a service at the end of the time by deducting certain TDS or whatever service they have rendered. So even though law doesn't give those protections, that's why you can say there is some certain flexibility in terms of like employing these people for certain short period of time. But at the same time, if business organization need to have this model in their place and they want to have a sustainability around it, so they need to be very careful in managing these kind of work, especially when you're dealing with a blue collar. White collar kind of work, even you can get off because certain law are not applicable on managerial and supervisory work, which is being covered or protected, which is being exempted from ID Act as well as the provision given in IR code also. The second thing, why organization needs to be very careful in taking these gig workforce, because the collectivism has been changed right now. Okay, normally we have seen that IR issues happening where people are coming out and doing protests. Okay, but right now collectivism has been changed even for the white collar gig workforce. So they're coming to the social media platform like Facebook, LinkedIn. So if let's say any organization is trying to do some certain mischievous things, then you will those things will be backfire at certain point of time, and then you will find the collectivism of people is happening on social media platform. Even the role of ERR has been traditionally what we are doing it right now will go for a change the more we have a gig workforce in our ecosystem, because you never know, you have a issues being of internal issues which led to an organization being put it on a social media platform, and the organization is getting the trouble in ensuring that those images are not created on social media about an organization. So that's from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nikhil. I hope your question has been answered. Rohan, please go ahead with your question.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Gig workforce is really increasing a lot. In 2025, there have been a report that India will have around 40% of the gig workforce, and America is still having 45% as of now. So I just want to give an explanation regarding the Argentina thing. In Argentina, when Uber came, the Argentina government forced them to include the drivers as their employees, not as the gig workers, because they were really having very bad time with the Uber, because they had the flexible work hours and they were not getting enough salary from their side. So my basic question is that is the gig force really that much flexible, or it is just a decisive term so that we can just hire the employees at a very low salary and then can fire them?
Konikaji, I would request you to answer this question. I think this is a corollary of the previous question. So, Konikaji.
So I'll try and address it as much as I can. Obviously, I have experts here from organizations probably who can answer it kind of better. So number one, I think it'll be oversimplified if we say that, we just use another term. So do you know, when you took the example of Argentina, where did the word gig come from?
Ma'am, actually, I read it in a newspaper regarding the Uber thing that happened in Argentina.
Let me first tell you where the word gig came from. Gig was a term used in the 1920s. So there's a jazz band which in New Orleans, which actually started this whole concept where they used to perform gigs. Every time they used to go, they used to change venues and they used to obviously get paid. And they used to bring in, different kind of music pieces. So that's the time when, musicians and artists and all started using it, because they were more open-minded. They wanted their services, freedom, and creative expression to be expressed in different ways and then get paid accordingly. So honestly, gig is 1920s. It's actually not, it's maybe a 100-year-old word. And it's just got more formalized today into other professions, because there is merit actually in terms of hiring. So somewhere probably this is more of my personal opinion. I can't speak for the others, but absolutely not. Gig workers or gig economy is not used as an alternative to hire people at low cost. I think that's a notion. People do get paid, I think, and they get paid at par. And in some cases, Rohan, you'll be surprised their charges if they are experts. Because also you should remember is while we have a blue collar employee segment, which is there, on the white collar side, if you look at some of these freelancers or consultants, they're the experts. They get probably paid higher than what other people would have gotten paid on an hourly or a monthly basis. So I think the problem is there is no framework. And I think Shashikant has also spoken about, the law not really putting gig workers into really an employment workforce, and it's a contract. So it's a legal contract. It's not an employment contract. So I think that's something we have to be very clear. So not at all. To sum it up, I don't think that's the way you should look at it. But yes, you have to be mindful because it can be very attractive. And I think like some of my colleagues mentioned earlier, the new generation wants to do many, many things together. But I think I'll be mindful of doing those multitasking things and getting into multiple directions. That could be a backfire as well. But so I hope I've answered your question.
And if I may add there, Konika, I agree with you completely. Even if you look at the blue collar, we have almost 5,000 gig workforce today, apart from the 80,000 employees that we actually have today. And we actually pay higher. We pay higher for the gig workforce because it is specialized. I mean, even if it's blue collar, I'm saying, if it's an electrician, Sodexo manages it, we have to pay higher than what we have to get it to our employer. Now, it all boils down to how well you treat them, right? I mean, every organization has different ways of doing and how we implement it, right? The intention might be good and how you actually implement it is also very important, so that you are able to actually do it. So the success of anything happens in the way of how we actually look at it overall and then make it an enable platform, like what Konika said. It's a platform way, or I would call it as a sharing economy. You have to make it happen, and talent will always come when there is a way there, when there is some opportunities, when there is growth. So for gig workforce, you need to have that so that it can come, and then you are able to enable and make it higher. And all these projections about 40%, 45%, yes. See, in my childhood, of course, look at all the doctors that we have seen in our childhood, right? All the doctors, apart from the ones in hospitals who get paid, they are gig workers in their own ways. They set up their own clinics and do the lawyers. So this exists today, and it comes with a nicheness because they're good, and then people will come. And if it's a good doctor, then people keep coming more. And if people perceive that they're not a good doctor, then they don't. So there is various analogies to different things that we can do in terms of what it is. And it is important that organizations and students who are you are going to be the future leaders of many organizations, how well you actually perceive and then implement it back makes all the difference.
So Rohan, for sure, gig economy will grow in India also. I give you some certain facts. Okay, so if we talk about the internet, mobile internet penetration across the globe, so in US is around 90%. So we have approximately 25 million people who are using internet in US. Okay, if I talk about India, it's 45% of complete population who use the internet right now. Well, they are on internet. I'm not saying they're using to the best. Some are using WhatsApp, some are using for social media platforms, some are using like me and Konika, I mean, many of the people are in the for n number of things. And then China is having around 60%. And what are the internet user base of India? It's around 2x of what US is having right now. So for sure, whatever 45% we are having right now, a year back, this will increase to, let's say, 60%, 70% going down. And for sure, people, when they got exposed toward this mobile technology, at the same time, they are connected with the internet on mobile phone, even in tier 2, tier 3 cities, you will find many blue collar work is being given to gig workforce. And then you will find many white collar jobs being given to these people at the same time to many experts like you. Many of you might have not opted for a traditional employer-employee relationship. You will say, I want my own freedom. I want to have a tennis in the morning at around 6 o'clock, and then I want to have a basketball in the afternoon, and then I want to hang around with my friend, and I can work in the evening on whatever assignment being allocated, let's say by Shashikant, or let's say by Arun, or let's say by Konika. by n number of organizations. So things will change. All depends upon how economy will move, how the new generation is coming up with a new mindset, and how organizations are being flexible to accommodate these set of people. But most important, do remember one thing: the sustainability of these things will only happen when we don't exploit as an organization. So whoever the organization who want to have a gig workforce, they need to ensure a proper ecosystem where they're being paid fairly well. At the same time, some of the things being taken care in terms of like making payment in the right time, even though you're making services, and need to be very sure, okay, because the collectivism will change, okay. People will start putting their issues even in LinkedIn. People started putting their issues in many of the social media platform, and then you have a social media team in every organization right now, which are tech-based company, to manage all those queries and all those issues. And there's a team of ER, which keep managing all those issues at certain point of time, give advising management of a preventive ER and IR strategy in place.
Yes, sir. Truly agree with you. And let's hope government is also focusing on the labor laws, and let's hope that we get a true framework in a very right time, as Konika mentioned. So thank you so much.
Thank you all for that question.
So on the same, if I can add a couple of words, see what is happening in my view. Normally, if you look at the supply chain, what happens, traditionally, most of the companies used to invest a lot in vertical integration. And you have big plants, you have integrated plants, which is considered good. But there is a lot of change in that. So, why versus why? It is a today expertise of a supply chain manager. How can you justify the cost, and what is your good decision whether you should make yourself or you should go and buy? Now the same applies for this form of employment also, which is undergoing change. So we can correlate it. It is nothing but whether you want to have fixed or variable. Now, wherever variable manpower gives you advantage in your cost management, definitely the organization would like to do it. So it is the situation, it is the economic conditions, it is the the efficiencies on the cost, everything which drives these changes. And of course, the legal backup, the society, comfort, everything comes, because these are big changes happening. Earlier nobody thought that so many jobs will become, variable or temporary or like that, and it is getting respect now. So it's not limited to frontline or blue collar. At senior levels also, people are getting into such types of environment. So it's basically, in my view, it is all the efficiencies, driving to efficiencies, better cost management, managing unpredictability, which always organizations want to have, because suddenly you have less demand, suddenly you have some unforeseen situation. You need to flex your costs. So this gives you that benefit. And there is a challenge because you can't have everything. So it is dynamic. It is more lucrative, I would say, for good talented people, but it will come with a risk, a little bit of risk. Maybe needs to take a call if deciding to take a career. I think the future looks like a lot of talented people would like to get into such form of employments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was quite an engaging question, Rohan. Thank you for that. Vanshika, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So actually, I wanted to ask that, do you think that there is a difference in adapting gig economy work culture for different generations? Like maybe Generation Z is more comfortable with independent work culture. Like they do not want any strings attached. They want to be, independent. While if we look at the people who've been working since 20th century, so maybe they might be more comfortable with establishing relation with one single brand and continuing till they retire.
Yeah, let me take that it's okay. Manchika, in fact, we did a study of this, right? Generations versus gig, when we actually were trying to kind of build this workforce. It was quite the opposite, I would say. To our surprise, and maybe, we figured out that it was Gen Z who were actually looking for, and I think you all belong, I mean, all the students here come from the Gen Z generation. You can add to it if it's different. We figured out that it's more of a stable and another place, I mean, that involved and that intention to get into a gig economy, even if it's a niche workforce, we found it that it was very difficult. On the other side, millennials and the previous generations, Gen Xers, were more pro towards it because at different points in the generations and where it is, it's just this viability and suitability that we need to do to bring it in. So maybe what we think is that's because Gen Z is fresh to the marketplace and they need some experience to kind of get in, and that's why it takes time for them to come in. That could be also one of the reasons of what our research was in terms of seeing how the generations can actually map it. But I think as long as we are able to adapt to the generations and as we are able to give them what they want, because talent is different in each of it, and if we are able to tap it to the best possible way, then it makes any organization successful in that way.
See, I have one point. See, unlike earlier times, today people are working beyond the so-called retirement age. So this possibility of multiple generations coexisting at the workplace is going to continue for at least next 20 years. So people are going to work till the time because they want to be relevant, socially relevant as well as professionally relevant. And those of the persons who are able to rescale continuously turn, they are going to be relevant. So, and second thing, people have become, thanks to technology, thanks to people talking to each other, thanks to continuous engagement across geographies, people are now more secure, people are now more connected. So that amount of insecurity has gone. 5 years back, you require a motivational speaker to tell the audience that, okay, as a team, we'll have to grow together, individually we'll be better. No, today, most of the people, they know it. And the top talent knows that this is not the last job, this is not the end of life for me. So only thing which, and HR today is not a law protector, HR today is not a guardian, HR policy is not a Bible. So customized HR policies, having organizations within organizations which cater to specific needs are today game in most of the organizations. Most of the organizations today don't penalize employees for violating so-called HR rule books, unless otherwise it is integrity laws. More tolerant as long as the basic values and most of the companies, the values have been realigned to that. So I think today we are in a much better position to accept a gig model of working, the freelance model of working as an enabler to the business model, where we get what the organizations get, what they actually require at the right time, and the employees also have the option of working with multiple organizations at their pace, at their convenience. But one thing which has to be there, the commitment to the cause of the work, if not the organization, and to the customer's service has to be paramount. That's a given thing. That's where HR can play a major role in beautiful talent management initiatives by making them bond to the organization and to the work and be more accountable for what they do. See, at the end of the day, the gig workers are pseudo quasi-entrepreneurs. If they don't leave the job which they are rendering, they will become irrelevant in a short span of time. Today, even the Uber drivers, they require a rating. The Swiggy delivery guys, they require a rating. So everybody requires a rating. So I think technology will take care of that part. They will force them to be committed in case somebody doesn't want to. Thanks.
And due to paucity of time, we'll have to conclude the session, sir.
Thanks, Imran, for hosting it. We had a great discussion. Personally, from my side, I learned a lot. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the panelists for sharing their expertise with us. We took note with great interest of your valuable interventions. The audience has surely gained a lot of insights on the theme. We would also like to thank our audience for making it an enriching discussion. We look forward to continuing beyond this event the very stimulative instructive exchange of ideas we had today. We look forward to take this opportunity and invite all the panelists to visit the campus one day whenever they wish to and interact with the students. Hosting you on campus would be our honor, sir. We are grateful to all the panelists for joining us today. And with this, we come to the end of the first chapter of HRC 4.0. All the panelists made the theme and the topics emerge beautifully in their true senses. The audience surely must have had their shares of key insights to take away from the sessions. Thank you.
Our best wishes to the students. Have a great career. Thanks.
Thank you. All the best.
Thanks. All the best, students. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we leave?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can leave the session.
Yes, participants can leave now.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much for joining. You may leave.